All right, everybody. I am here nice and early. I'm going to do a sound check so you'll see, oh, little old me coming in the back chat to make sure y'all can hear me because my audio has been struggling lately. So I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear me throughout the entire show. I did start a few minutes early. I'm a few minutes early. Hello, badass. Hello, badass. How you doing? You're on time. No, I'm early, honestly. But it is what it is. I'm a little early. Hey, cool gamer, what's up? Thank you for being here. I'm about to get started. You guys see the title, that's the topic for today. I'm about to pull up my slides. Um, do a quick intro just to give me like the last minute things I gotta pull together. It'll be a couple of minutes. Promise it won't be forever. I don't want to be on CPT time every stream. So I'm just checking my sound, doing some back end stuff, and then I'll be getting started. Hey, Scarred Beauty. Hello, love. Nice to see you here. Thanks for holding it down. All the people who are my mods, who've been modding for me. I appreciate you guys. It's been a wild ride. Hopefully, no more of those. Right? Hopefully, just conversations from here on. Hey, Big Bad Boo. Be watching you today. Hey, Lana Love. Thanks for being here. I just have to check my audio and it'll be good. So, fake me is coming in. Okay. Fake me can hear. Oops. All right. So, you guys see the topic. Give me just a couple of minutes. I just have to do one quick thing with my background and then we'll get started. What should we do? Have some sound effects back here, but you guys didn't seem to like the looped Jeopardy, so I don't want to irritate anybody's ears. So we'll be right back. Oh, I just started, Brownie. I just started. I'm actually a minute early. I was a couple minutes early. I'm about to get right started. I just gotta fix one last thing in my visual background, and then we can start the show. As you guys see, the title, The Love Triangle. That's what we're talking about today. So this will obviously be an open discussion towards the end of the presentation, maybe even during the middle. I'm young, still finding my way. That's correct. I am still finding my way. I'll be getting started, camera on, in a few seconds. Just bear with me. I'm just concluding my visual corrections in my background. Trying to keep the show going, flowing, so bear with me. Hey, Lady D. Glad to see you. Hey, C. I don't know if I've seen you here before, but hello, welcome. While you're waiting, please feel free to like the video, subscribe, share, support the content via Cash App. All is greatly appreciated. Everyone else get a whipping. Hey, Sirius. Hello. Hello, hello. Hopefully you've caught the other parts of this series. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. Thank you. All right, so you guys see the topic. We're going to be talking about the love triangle. So I thought this was an important subject. I think maybe not every woman, but I think it's possible to be in this situation sometimes and not even know, right? I'm speaking from a woman's perspective because that's what I am, but this applies to everybody, male, female, whatever you identify as. This can apply to anybody. Depending on the type of person you're dealing with, this can happen to anyone. So I thought this was a great topic to dive into with you all. So let's get into it. So the subject is the love triangle. And now this is a presentation I put together myself, but make no mistake, I try to pull my information from sources, from experts, meaning people practicing in the field. One of the main people, which I linked in the bio, you guys can go like, subscribe, share her videos as well. I believe it was Susan Marks. I can't see this Jameson person y'all are talking to, so they must be in the depths of hell. They must be in chat hell because I can't see them. But I've seen those people referencing them for a couple of days now. So, Gurka, hello. Hi, Bandit. But yeah, so this conversation seems like one that we probably need to have, right? There's a lot of things going on in the world, in the YouTube sphere. And this just seemed like a great topic to cover. So let's get into it. So now this, obviously, like I just mentioned, is going to include sources that are experts. It's going to include whatever articles I could find, because I will admit this, in this particular subject, it's not very studied by sociologists or social psychologists like the other types of theories that have to do with relationships, maybe because there's not a lot of research behind it. But, there's always time. Hey, Pink. Hello. Thanks for coming. We're going to get into the conversation. The topic is the love triangle. So hopefully people have some input as well, because I do want this to be an open conversation at some point. I don't know. I have been doing the end of the video, But sometimes we've gotten so deep in the conversation by then that I'm considering maybe dropping it earlier if people feel like they have something to contribute. So let's get into it. Welcome. Welcome, Nino. All right. So the subject is the love triangle. So what is a love triangle? Before we can get deep into that, I just want to let you guys know what we're going to be covering in this presentation. We're going to start with an intro. We're going to talk about what a love triangle is. We'll hear the experts. We'll discuss and then hopefully come to a conclusion together. And in this case, a conclusion includes some solutions that we come up with together, right? So throughout the presentation, we'll be talking about things, and as people join or don't join, at some point, we're going to come up with a list of things that we think could be a solution to potentially the problem of the love triangle. Hey, B-Love, welcome. Yes, WPT, yes. We started early. Absolutely. Drop the link so you can interrupt. You know what, Taz? I will do so. I will do so. Hopefully, it's an interruption related to love triangles. If not, try to save it for the bandits because we know they'll be here tonight. So I will absolutely be dropping the link. And hopefully people are open to joining the discussion because this is one that we should talk about as a group, as a people. So let's continue. All right, so the intro. So many of us find ourselves in this situation. And notice I'm using very ambiguous language because I don't want this to just be applied to women. I want this to be applied to people. We can absolutely be triangulated in whatever relationships, whether it's friendships. I think the majority of what we're going to focus on today is relationships because that's all I could find information on. But I'm sure you could be triangulated against friends, coworkers, business partners, whatever. You could probably be triangulated in many aspects of your life, depending on how involved with people you are. Ashton, nobody's stalking you, but welcome. Hey, Tequila, Simon. And you're probably the main reason why I haven't dropped the link yet, because y'all just love coming up here to act a fool. But I'm going to drop it soon because, anytime Goat is here, obviously the panel's open for him to hop up here and give your opinion on this subject. But yeah, so we're going to get into it. But I think that many of us will probably be in this situation at some point, whether you know it or not. All right. So what is a love triangle, right? So like I mentioned, there's not a lot of real research on the subject, right? This is more of a theory. People are still learning what this is. They're still trying to figure out if it's actually backed by science. There's still very little science. If you type in love triangle scholarly, you're going to come up with the triangulation theory of love, which just talks about 3 aspects that you need for a functional relationship. It has nothing to do with an actual love triangle. So that makes me think that we probably haven't studied it much, right? We probably haven't done any real empirical research on a love triangle and what it is, what it can do to the people involved, what it can cause, right? We all hear cautionary tales, and we'll get into some of those today too, because I wanted to tap into my interest in crime, true crime, and just the lessons you can learn from that. But hey, Jay Davila, how are you? How are you? Nice to see you here again. I can tell by who pops in who is here for real discussions. So thank you everyone for being here when I don't have a clickbait title or subject matter. But yeah, so a love triangle is a relationship between 2 people that becomes extended by one of the partner's involvement with somebody else at a similar level, right? So as we're about to look in this article that I'm going to pull up here, I gotta go into my slides to do this. But pretty much a love triangle usually starts as one functional relationship, and then for whatever reason, the person usually doing the abusing in that relationship seeks out another person and involuntarily includes them, or not even includes them, but involuntarily creates this triangle, right? Both of these people think they're with somebody. Both of these people think they have a relationship with somebody, but there almost always is an origin relationship. That's the first dynamic that came to be, the first two people. Truth. I heard you were being messy in here, so I'm watching you. Big Mons, pay attention to Mr. Truth and Purpose Nexus, whatever his name is. I've never read your whole name out, but um so oops, I got ahead of myself. Let me go back a little bit. And you guys saw that. We always tend to talk about narcs when we have these conversations, right? Because the narc is usually he's the main one causing terror and havoc on all relationships and people involved in them. But he's just part of the discussion today. So let me pull up the article because I don't like to have any of these conversations without you guys being able to see what I saw. So let me share the screen and we'll get into what some therapists and psychologists have to say about the love triangle. I wasn't. All right, I'll take your word for it. Your first show, so we won't get hung up on that. TMKC will get you right if you're not, so she will get you right if you're not behaving. Hey, Black Beauty. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I know, Tequila. I'm just talking. I'm just talking about what people told me when they were being messy themselves. So I'm just kidding. If I would, I would tell you. How do I get a wrench? Serious, how do you get a wrench? Donation, showing your loyalty with a blood oath. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to make sure that the people who have a wrench actually care about the growth of my channel. So I'll be doing it as I see fit. But if you don't have one, don't take it personal. It doesn't have anything to do with that. I just want to make sure the people who have them actually care about the growth of my channel and having authentic conversations. So, if at some point I feel like that is your interest in being here, then I will give you a wrench. Hey, SD. Hello, hello. Thanks for being here. So we're going to get into the article. Let me share my screen so you guys can see. Let me. All right. I opened it twice, but that's all right. Just close one of these tabs so I'm not borging on you guys. But as you can see, right, this seems like an illegitimate website, but it's a .org. It was legitimately created by some psychiatrists and psychologists that are in the practice of psychology. They specifically, from what I read in the bio, they focus on better living advice, and they take clients as well. But this particular blog and business is meant to give advice. So this is still coming from providers. Give me 1 second. I have to mute for a second. All right. So right into this article, like I was mentioning, this is a article, or more so a page, created by some doctors who focus on giving better living advice. And in particular, this article talks about triangular relationships, right? So they don't mention the love triangle. That's a very catch-all term. But really, the term is a triangular relationship. So a triangular relationship occurs when one of the members of the couple becomes intimately related to another person and cannot leave either one. An essential characteristic of the love triangle is the incapacity of the one initiating to choose one of the other two persons, right? So this almost always stems from one relationship where somebody else saw somebody else on a similar level, but they also couldn't leave either person, right? So a lot of times you think, oh, well, the person stole somebody's man and that became a new relationship. But sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes this person seeks out somebody else and they can't let go of either person that they initially sought out for a relationship. And, obviously by hearing that, you're going to think this person's very selfish, they're a narc, da, da, da. But let's just remember, narcs are specific types of people. A person who's in a triangular relationship isn't necessarily a narc. Someone who initiates one isn't necessarily a narc. Um, but as you'll see in the next video or the next subject that we're going to cover related to this, there are narcs who start triangular relationships. So, like I mentioned, um, the ambivalence in the feelings towards the other two persons is what produces the phenomenon called the love triangle. So the only thing those two people have in common is that the person who started initiating the relationship with both of them doesn't want to choose either person, right? In this classic situation of the mistress, the rules were defined by the man, relationships were stable in time, and the roles fundamentally, excuse me, the roles. I need to get some water. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. That's my body's way of telling me I've been talking too damn much over the last couple of weeks or last week or so, streaming 24/7. Good evening, Queen. Good evening. You got what out of the way? What do you mean, Esty? What are y'all doing in here twerking? And feel free to drop your opinions. Let's stay on subject. If you guys have any thoughts, ideas about the subject matter, that'll help facilitate a discussion, and then I can drop the link sooner for us to all talk about it. So please be engaged with the material. Please give me your thoughts and opinions. I really do care about what everyone thinks. So please share. Hi, Windchime. How you doing? Hello, sisters saying hello to each other. My favorite thing about Goatland, every time we see each other somewhere, we say hello. But yes, so before I got interrupted by my dry throat, there's equivalence to both people, right? This person doesn't, I'm not going to say he, but even the article talks about man, right? So that's generally what you'll see, where you'll see the triangulations, but make no mistake, you see it in all types of relationships. But excuse me, again, trying to get me. In this class's situation of the mistress, the rules were defined by the man. Relationships were stable in time, and the roles were fundamentally designed. It was common that the wife would know about the existence of the mistress, but would try to make believe that she did not know or that she wasn't affected. And I will say, obviously, this still occurs a lot today, right? You'll still see those instances where you'll have a wife or main partner look away for whatever reason. They'll ignore the signs, generally because they're married, they have a family. They're not willing to throw away what they have with said person due to maybe some of the benefits of the relationship or maybe feeling tied to that person, right? A lot of the times now, even, or I guess in general, a lot of the times when you see triangulations, that's not even the reason so much. So I'm interested in seeing why they're only mentioning that particular type to begin with. Um, in some cases, the wife even took special care to make sure that the husband would look especially well when he was to visit the other. Huh. Whew. In the majority of cases, having a mistress was a symbol of high socioeconomic status, a goal of sorts for many men. Which, again, this seems like it's playing into that old bravado of like, he's so successful, he needs a woman, to be married, to take care of his family, and he needs someone to fill that insatiable appetite on the side. So, I mean, it seems like they're still breaking this down from a very, kind of stereotypical way that we've defined these relationships in the past. So in love triangles, sorry, in the phenomenon of the mistress, both women tend to be passive. In love triangles, the women who participate actively demand their rights. In love triangles, it's more increasingly frequent that women start this type of relationship, presumably to act upon their recent status of liberated woman. So there's some sense of, some of the women becoming a mistress because they feel liberated. Again, this seems a little bit before the millennial era of women, but I digress, right? The economic liberation of women tends to produce more the phenomenon of the love triangle. In past decades, the classic mistress was more frequent. An interesting piece of information is that almost half of all mental health related hospital admissions are associated with marital problems as the precipitating cause. That is crazy. So these men, not only are they putting y'all really through it, but they're actually putting you through it. Like literally putting you through a hospital admission via stress, which is kind of sad. Obviously, being a little dramatic to play the case out. But in this case, it really says 50% or at least half of these hospital admissions are due to marital issues, right? So are people who are in these married situations, are they just unhappy? Is the marriage what makes them unhappy? Maybe those people came into those relationships with unhappiness already and the marriage expedited it. We really don't have a lot of answers to those questions. Love triangles produce a lot of emotional pain, especially to the one initiating them, even more so than to the other two participants, even if this seems unbelievable. As the interaction between the two initial people develops, one of the two will feel unsatisfied with some aspect of the behavior of the partner. Looking to fulfill these satisfactions outside of the couple is what permits the possibility of a love triangle. Right? So it seems like this idea of a love triangle is coming about due to a lack in a relationship, right? And this is kind of where I come from, where I say, like, why even be with someone that creates so much of a lack where you have to go out and seek another relationship or seek a filler, right? And I've always heard people say, well, for some people, having multiple people, they have them because each person meets a different need. And I don't necessarily believe that somebody should try to be everything for somebody, but I do think it's reasonable to accept that your relationship will meet the needs of a relationship, right? You shouldn't have to seek out two partners for there to be a stable relation. Like that shouldn't need to be part of it, right? And I know poly people are probably punching the air right now. They're probably like, "What you mean? One guy knows how to, pay the bills, or one girl knows how to wash the floors, the other knows how to make amazing sweet potato, right?" So I think a lot of the times people think that they need their partner or relationship to um, meet every need or fill every void in their life, but I think that's where the issue comes in here, right? Person probably has a habit of seeking out what's going to fill a void. So of course, if you're in a relationship with someone and you're not getting everything out of it that you want, if you're somebody who doesn't deal with relationships in a rational way, you'll likely go out and seek a way to fill that void rather than try to build that in a stable way with the person you're currently with, right? And that's always what baffles me about when people step out unknowingly on somebody. Why would you, if that person isn't meeting a lack, if they're creating a lack even, right? Because if you're in a relationship with them and there's a lack, then there's a reason for that lack, whether it be because you can't communicate needs, maybe they can't meet your needs in a relationship, maybe you guys don't have the same love language. But my question is, if you find a lack with somebody you're not married to so big that makes you go out and seek something else, why would you continue to be with that person? You're not tied to them. You guys aren't married. There's no old time excuse of, oh, it's about the kids and keeping the family together. You can't get a lot of women to even get pregnant these days. You can't convince a lot of women to even get pregnant these days. If they haven't already had a child and they're close to my age, you can't even convince a lot of us to have kids. So if there's no exterior things that would be forcing people to be together. I don't understand why you would be in a non-committal, like a non-marriage situation, and seek something outside of that relationship and then also still be trying to maintain that original relationship. I just don't see any point in lying. You have no reason to lie. You guys aren't even tied to each other. So I just find it always to be very interesting. Hey, Candy Cane. Welcome. Say no to PPP. Oh my God, Queen. What is PPP? Poverty, peen, polygamy. I second that. We might have to write that in our at the end of this brainstorm. We're coming up with some ideas of how we can avoid becoming triangulated in relationships. We might have to write that one down. No PPP. It's short and sweet. It's straight to the point. We might have to write that one down. All right, now, is this what we're doing now? We're just gonna be ghetto. We're just gonna be ghetto. Anyways, what is OPP, Simon? I don't know what that is. Yeah, TMKC, it's a balance, right? Because you want everyone to be part of the discussion, but some people aren't old enough to have these grown folk discussions. Now, okay, listen, you have freedom of speech here, but don't start with that nasty, aggressive sexual language or whatever, talking about box and cheeks. We don't do that here. We don't like that. We're all nuns. We're all going to a nunnery. So that type of language, it's frightening for a lot of us. So please feel free not to speak in that language. is that an OPP? Is that an ODB song? Old Dirty Bastard. Is that one of his songs? I think so. Or somebody else. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. Yes, I am also a nun driller. So we don't want to hear anything about cheeks or the kind of cheeks people like in here. Please. Thank you. Yo, this why we are. We're all nuns in here, so please. Chaz, yes, I do. I'm gonna do that once I feel like I've landed a little bit more of my plane. I do want to land some of the plane before I open. Oh, naughty by nature. Wow, you can tell I'm young. You can tell I'm young. Because I've heard that song, but when I first saw OPP, the only thing I thought about was ODB, which is unrelated. Oh, thank you for sharing the cash, Big Bad Bull. All right, so let me land my plane because I know people want to have the discussion and I would love to open it up to that. So basically, it seems like love triangles are created out of a sense of lack. And usually it's lack that people don't know how to function and deal with, right? Looking to fulfill these satisfactions outside of the couple is what permits the possibility of a love triangle. The young love triangle is usually started at random without intention of permanence. It occurs when it is wished to satisfy a need that the partner does not fulfill. The love triangle occurs when one of the partners looks for a complement more than a substitute for the current partner, right? So it sounds like a little bit of forced poly. Sounds like non-consensual poly going on here. So, I'll leave it at that. But, I think that was a fairly good opener, right? This is coming from Angel Enrique Pacheco, PhD, and his associates, and it's by Psychological Services to help you learn to live better. And you guys can click this. I will drop the link in the chat in case anyone is interested in reading some more of the tips that they have for you and engaging in their advice. So let's get back to the presentation. Yes, it's balance. It's balance. It's all about balance. Chaz, I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. Sure. So again, if you just want to hit the link, see what these people have got to say in terms of living a better life, feel free to do so. I hope that in this discussion, even though we're having conversations and giving our opinion, that we could take some facts out of this discussion. So feel free to hit the link. It's in the chat. I'm going to try and pin it when I remember where I put my phone. But let's continue. I'm so, you know, I might do the same. I'll have to sexy it up, but I'll be a nun. I'll be a nun because that's my spirit animal for the next year or so. But all right, so on to the next slide. Let's see what Susan, who I tagged in my video, who I tagged in the description of this video. So if you guys wanted to check out Susan after you see what she has to say about love triangles, you could definitely go to her page and see some more of her content. So let's get into what the experts say about the love triangle. So just let me click this video, share the screen with you all, and we will be on to it. Present. All right. So again, this is Susan. This is the person that I tagged in my description. She is if you click her bio, she's a fairly well known and renowned relationship expert. She has plenty of experience. She's been on Dr. Phil. She's been on other platforms to share her message about relationships. She works with all kinds of stuff. So please give her a try. I really liked what she had to say about this subject. That's why I chose to add her to this presentation. So let me X out some of my tabs because my computer is moving slower than it needs to be. Hello, thanks for being here. But Susan specifically is a relationship expert, and she talks about the love triangle, how to handle it better in a very blunt way that I really liked. So let's get into it.
From SusanWinter.net. Thank you for joining me. I have more questions today. This is about love triangles, not a triad, not an equal three people in a relationship, a triangle, which means one person is doing well and two people are uncomfortable. Okay, so let's get to this. This is from a lovely, lovely lady. I can feel.
So my favorite thing about what you said, just in introducing the topic, and I know my audio is gonna keep boring. I think I need to get higher bandwidth internet, which I thought I had the highest, and then last year it changed. I haven't upgraded. So please bear with some of the boring. Hopefully I can fix the issue once I get my new mic, because the mic I had broke. But so what I love about how she started the discussion was that one person is loving it and the other two are uncomfortable, right? Now, whether those two people express it outwardly or not, two people are almost always uncomfortable. Usually the one person who initiated a relationship with the two people being brought together via them, they're uncomfortable, whether they'll tell it or not. Some women claim, or some people claim, that they're okay with being in a numerous person situation, but it almost always starts as an addition to a relationship that already began, right? So it wasn't a consensual poly or anything like that. This is not what we're talking about today. This is specifically when one person is brought into the dynamic that two people already share. So let's hear what she has to say.
Who you are through your letters. And I just feel, I don't know, I wrote this woman back immediately. I just felt so close to her. Her name's Audra. She's from Paris. So lovely. And we're going to get Audra straight here. Okay, so here's her question. Dear Susan, thank you for your invaluable advice and the support you offer your audience and clients via your multimedia posts. Well, thank you too. Like many who reach out to you, I'm rather stumped. Okay, dating today, who wouldn't be? I've got that. I navigated the beginnings of a rather complex relationship thanks to your advice. All right, that's good. I'm glad. You got to where you've gotten past the little small conversation and now you're in the dating cycle. Very good. Now I'm again in a situation increasingly common in modern dating, that of love. of triangles, where a person appears equally uncommitted to two potential partners while they make up their mind. Surprisingly enough, there's very little out there as far as personal growth coaching about this topic. Can you please make a video or a series about how to deal with this when you genuinely like the person? Audra? Okay, here we go. Sometimes in my answering, it hits me on a certain emotional level because one question is indicative of so many things that are happening today in modern dating. This to me is an outgrowth of an entitled, selfish person.
Hey, Sharon. Hello there. I'm going to run it back just a couple seconds because I got distracted from the chat. I want to make sure I know anything that I wanted to specifically speak on.
Sometimes in my answering, it hits me on a certain emotional level because one question is indicative of so many things that are happening today in modern dating. This to me is an outgrowth of an entitled, selfish person that's utilizing the free nature of our modern dating pool, where everybody's confused and everybody's kind of dating people at the same time because nobody quite knows. And I get the fact that for many people that
All right, so I casually dropped a link because I do want people to share their thoughts on this video, on everything I'm going to cover going forward. In this particular video, some people could say her opinion is unpopular. I do think we had a conversation similar to this on the GOATS platforms. So anybody feel free to drop Taz exclusives link to his channel here. But we did cover this subject on, well, maybe not this exact subject, but this subject of, how many partners you're dealing with at one time. It came up, right? Because I think it's fairly important. I think modern dating has shifted the reality of what dating had been for a long time. Whether it was 100% successful or not, it's debatable. But I do think modern dating has changed the way people used to relate to each other and learn to relate to each other via relationships. I think a lot of what we see today is created out of the abundance mindset that a lot of, albeit men, right? I don't want to say that, but a lot of men specifically see dating now as like there's a huge market, right? There's so many men, women available, all socioeconomic status, race, whatever. Um, but I do think there is a huge abundance mindset when it comes to dating, and a lot of people treat it with a numbers game mindset. It's a little weird, right? A lot of us, we know. Well, I'll say majority of people know that if you're dealing with one person, you're giving one person your attention in this dating market, you're likely going to end up being played, right? Because anybody can tell you they're just dealing with you, but because of all the dating websites, just the way the world, most people are going to be dealing with multiple people because they approach dating as a numbers game, right? That's pretty much where we're at. And that's what she was alluding to here. So, yes, I dropped the link, guys. Feel free to hit the link if you feel inclined to, if you feel like there's something you want to share. And yes, Simon, it is facts. I'll say when I heard what she had to say about this subject, which is not what I thought when I searched and clicked video, but when I heard what she had to say about this, it brought some clarity, right, to kind of how some of us feel with dating. And she actually posited a very, normal solution for this type of market of dating that we're in, and not from a high value perspective or anything like that. So
people that are doing this, especially for the millennial group, they're figuring out what they want, and that is a way to do it. And I also get for other people, it's simply evening out the odds. It's a numbers game that, if I'm dating 3 people and this one falls by the wayside and that one goes back to his or her ex, then at least I have one. But my greater concern here is what I have seen happening to people that are writing me letters like this. And the people I coached all weekend, because I had non-stop people, and it was all, I think it's my tipping point because it was all about this feeling about I'm ready, I'm there, I know I like this person, and I can't move forward because they are either backpedaling, stalling, or taking advantage of a confusing situation. And this is where I want to remind all of you that I think you've been systematically programmed to not complain, especially women. We've been forced to be mute because if you say, hey, I don't like this, now you're crazy or you're insecure. Do you know how many people?
Now, I want to say this as a big one, right? A lot of gaslighting that goes on in the dating market, right? There's a big conflation of someone being crazy and having standards. A lot of the time, if you have any type of standard for yourself that involves waiting in any way or waiting for certain behaviors or anything, you're going to get a reputation of being a certain way, especially if you live in a small town. Now, because I live in a small town, I don't necessarily engage with a lot of people around here because I know how easy it is to get your business spilled all over the place. But I tend to see that that's generally what happens for the most part.
Gave me legitimate, concerning issues.
If you're a woman in any way and you have standards, if you're willing to stand on those standards, I'm back. Can you cam up? I just see a shadow and lips, or I don't even know what that is, honestly. That looks like a ski mask. Yeah, you can't come up here. I can't even see you. Actually, that looks pretty scary, so you're gonna have to like try to identify yourself or go away, because I don't know what you look like. I just see a nose. Yeah, no, I don't know what you look like, sir. I'm sorry. You have to do something. Yeah, thank you. I don't know who that is back there, but they had on a mask and a hood. I don't know. If you're gonna come up here, just please at least try to show your face. I don't think it's fair to try to have discussions with people that they don't know what you look like at all. I mean, at least me, I gotta at least see that you're a human being and not some like, white supremacist terrorist. So sorry about that. I'm not even gonna put up a relay screen. If you don't at least cam up for a second in the back, I can't let you up here. Um, Scarred, you should have seen the look on this camera. I couldn't see shit but nose or nostril, whatever the hell that was. I don't know who was back there. Maybe it was a burglar, hamburglar. I don't know. Honestly, Lady D, it likely was, right? That's the issue with dropping the link raw. That's literally exactly what the person in the back chat just looked like. I don't know what would have made you think I was to let you up there looking like that. Oh, let me drop the link again, just in case any real people want to hit it. I'm gonna pin the link as well. Yeah, no, I'm not letting them up because I don't know who the fuck that was. It was actually pretty creepy. I don't know how some people deal with being on here, seeing randos come up here. You don't even know what they look like. They're trying to cam up in the back. Yeah, you know what's crazy? That's crazy. How are you ready to do that? I just got to the space. I just started live streaming. Like, who's plotting already? Somebody's auntie in the back chat plotting. Raw talk. Let me give you a wrench. I didn't notice you didn't have one. I think YouTube might be taking some wrenches too, because I had to give somebody a wrench twice the other day. But yes, hit the link if you have any thoughts on what we're covering. Let me just recover from that weirdo in the back chat, and then we'll continue. Oh yeah, I see Naf changed his name so that we don't know he's the same bandit, but it's all right. We welcome all bandits. We welcome all bandits, mammies, nakers, all you guys. You're all welcome here. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't, imagine putting your ass up to a camera. Like, that is crazy. I don't know who was just in the back trying to do that. But all right, let me continue. I even forgot what she was just saying in the video. I need another 5 wrenches for my other. So I think you gotta pop in the chat if you want some more wrenches. You gotta have all those millions of accounts that you have jump in the chat so I can give you a wrench. All right, let me get into it.
Issues just in this weekend about having had a relationship. And then it gets funny, and then they're supposed to wait around and give the person space. What is this? That's not fair. That's not fair. I'm confused, so you just have a timeout. But wait for me. Oh, I know you're going through emotional anguish, but I don't know what I feel yet. Really? Really? I worry more about this line.
Hold on, that Unabomber got us off track. Let me put it back so we can hear what she was specifically saying right here. Give me 1 second.
Wayside, and that one goes back to his or her ex, then at least I have one. But my greater concern here is what I have seen happening to people that are writing me letters like this, and the people I coached all weekend, because I had non-stop people, and it was all, I think it's my tipping point, because it was all about this feeling about, I'm ready, I'm there, I know I like this person, and I can't move forward because they are either backpedaling, stalling, or taking advantage of a confusing situation. And this is where I want to remind all of you that I think you've been systematically programmed to not complain, especially women. We've been forced to be mute, because if you say, hey, I don't like this, now you're crazy or you're insecure. Do you know how many people gave me legitimate, concerning issues just in this weekend about having had a relationship? And then it gets funny, and then they're supposed to wait around and give the person space. What is this? That's not fair. That's not fair. I'm confused, so you just have a timeout. But wait for me. Oh, I know you're going through emotional anguish, but I don't know what I feel yet. Really? Really?
Right, and it's easy to hear her with the language she's using and throw the violins up and Taz going in here. 5 different Taz accounts. let me secure you some wrenches. Don't you worry. You're a whole bandita out here. How am I a bandita? Stop distracting the conversation. Wait, how come you're not showing up in my chat? I don't see that. I see that one on the panel, so I'm just gonna have to try and do it from here, which I cannot. All right. I don't know. I don't know what you did to get shadow banned. The truth about women, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Whoever that is, whatever you did, you got shadow banned. I can't see you where I can give wrenches. So do better. Do better, goat. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's continue. Yes, exactly, Candy Cane. When she threw them sunglasses off her head, you knew. You knew. I did not block you. I follow that channel, and I'm not a bonobo. Why would I be insulted by the channel? Let's be real. Let's be real. I think you got yourself shadow banned by YouTube, not me. So, I can. You know what's weird? I can see it in the panel chat, but I can't see it on my phone where I can give out wrenches. So just block anybody. You're in YouTube hell. You're in the YouTube hell, maybe because all the bonobo talk. I don't know. All right, let's continue with the video. And like I've mentioned, it's easy to hit the violins on her and say, "Oh, she's crying so much." But seriously, imagine the audacity of somebody telling you they want to get to know you, but they also want to keep getting to know any and every woman that they see that they're possibly interested in, right? They want to have you on lock, but they also want to go and play the field. It's almost like the audacity, right? Imagine having the audacity to expect that out of a person. And I think that's what caused a lot of people to start playing the numbers game when it comes to dating, but At the same time, I feel like that's causing less people to date tequila. I don't think we're bonobos either. YouTube is definitely not letting me see that. Yeah, exactly, candy cane. Unless I highlighted it, it wouldn't be showing right now. So I don't know. You might have to drop a few bonobos, Taz. Maybe less bonobos in the next video. They don't want you calling black folk monkeys or whatever. No, but yeah, I can see regular chat, but not my the chat where I can hand out wrenches. So two is better than none. All right, so let me get my egg basket. All right. We done got so far off track. Prod, you're not getting a wrench. I've seen you abuse it in other places, so that's not happening. Yeah, Scarred Beauty. I don't know if it's YouTube. I think it might be a YouTube thing. Exactly, Truth. I think dating more than one person causes confusion, but that's me. I honestly truly think that a lot of people have gotten to a point where they're detached. They just will date multiple people just so that they're not, that person with the last short end of the stick where that person is out there still playing the field and you're just dealing with their one raggedy, ashy self. So I definitely think, in the average person who's maybe dating more so like an adult, that dating multiple people will cause confusion, but we've evolved as a people. I would be lying if I said that there isn't majority people out here playing numbers games, hoping that they won't get their heart broken. So that's mostly where we're at as people. Well, Simon, the issue is there's not enough men in our society to keep anything but the dirty draw on their own behind, right? A lot of the masculine traits of, building a home for a family before you have children, right? If there's someone you want to marry, back in the days, you would go buy a house. Or you would save to buy that house for that marriage because you would start the marriage with a home. That used to be like part of the whole thing. But now it's like, the home, the stability, the family building is an afterthought. And now people want to quote unquote enjoy their relationships. Is it glitching in here? Is it glitching? I definitely noticed though that I could see him in my chat here, but then I couldn't see him, and then some people can see him. So I think either YouTube is glitching or one too many bonobos for the rest of the year. Maybe they're cutting down on bonobos. So you might have to remove one or two from some titles. But it's weird. YouTube's been glitching strangely for a couple of weeks now. There aren't enough attractive men to go around. Now, see, this is my issue because I think any man could be attractive if one, they take care of themselves, they learn how to properly groom themselves for what they look like, right? So if you're bald and you're trying to hold on to the last two strands or the last two strips of hair on your head, excuse me, if you're trying to hold on to the last two strips, you know, you're trying to, instead of just letting it all go, then even that is enough of a thing that you'll look unattractive where you can just go completely bald and try to rock the bald. I'll see so many guys that I'm like, this is not the dew dropping, just keep it moving. What is that? Oh, okay. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Um, that's a wild assumption. That's not how it works. What's a wild assumption? I think that's a pretty fair assumption, right? If you are No, it's my bandwidth. I honestly think it's because the number of high-powered devices that are using my internet in my house and the fact that I'm on a different level than the router. Um, that's probably what's causing the issues. Struggle stream gang. Oh my god. Not struggle streaming. Honestly, before my mic, breaking, I didn't have this many issues. Like, yes, sometimes it would be slow or StreamYards would boot me, but now it seems like a bandwidth issue. So I apologize. Yes, catfishing with the sports caps, right? How are you more willing to buy a new for every special occasion, every time you got to leave your house, than you are to let go of those last few follicles? You know what I mean? Like, I've seen so many guys who embrace the bald and they look good versus those guys trying to hold on to, like, that little, it's annoying. Like, why are you trying to hold on to that? Like, you might as well just let it go, let God, you know what I mean? Let go and let God. So, I don't know. Speed, salute chat. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. I've been having some issues, but thank you, Candy Cane. I'm trying my best. So let's get back to the video. Oh boy.
I worry more about this line. Audra, come on. How to deal with this? You shouldn't have to deal with this. I can't stop everybody from doing what they're doing. And I'm hoping that maybe if you're watching this today and you're a gal and you've got girlfriends, I'm going to ask you to consider the 3-month rule has expired. Tell your friends, hey, there's no more 3-month rule. If you've been seeing a guy a couple times and now he's still seeing other people and you're not so sure you like it, you just say, you know what, I'm not waiting around while you figure it out. The more that there are consequences for these.
And this is kind of what she was speaking about, right? Where if you say this, if you're willing to be this bold about the fact that you're not going to sit around and play around with these bandits or banditas on both sides, the more bold you are in stating that, sometimes people are going to label you as crazy. They might think, oh, well, usually I can get to about 7 dates before, the person will ask me if I'm still entertaining other people. But why should you have to go through 7 dates where in those 7 instances, that person is dealing with other people, right? Why should you have to go through that? And she's going to talk about consequences in a second, but I think that's the only way to change the situation. And yes, she sounds like she's speaking about boundaries and consequences. Yeah, similar to one of our faves. You always hear her saying standards, boundaries, and expectations. And that's where the consequences come in, right? If the person doesn't meet your expectations, you send them on their way. Now, sometimes that's a right away split. Sometimes it takes you time to figure out that they're, not willing to meet your boundary. Exactly. I don't have time to waste either, right? I'm not necessarily in a rush, but every amount of time that you spend in a relationship with somebody that's going nowhere is wasted time. So, people might see that as being too eager or, being too fast to get rid of people. But I truly think that somebody cares enough about you. They're not going to keep making you wait and wait for some obscure time until they decide to finally prioritize just trying to get to know you. Like, I mean, how could you even get to know so many people to begin with, right? Tell Joe, stutter, holler, I'm waiting to drop out to Oh God. I'm sure he will if a bandit approaches. So
For these actions, the sooner you will get out of that dilemma. Nobody has the right to sexually or emotionally reserve you while they're thinking. Because I'll tell you the truth about this, and it's true for yourself. When you really like somebody, people are not equal. When you're just kind of marking time, everybody's the same. You see this one, you see that one. They're agreeable, they're nice people, but they don't really do it for you. Because that one person that you really do like, oh my goodness, do you make time for them? And they are a priority. And it's no different. We want to think, oh, we're going to give them time. I don't dare say how I feel because I'll look weak, needy, and insecure. No, you should not have to get comfortable being insecure. You should not learn to be comfortable not being a priority. You should inherently rail against this, and your self-esteem should come up and say, I know that may be the trend. I don't want to do it. I don't feel like doing it. When somebody is a serious shopper and they're not window shopping, They're not treading water and marking time. They will focus on one person at a time. And if it doesn't work out, they'll eliminate it, go back to the drawing board. But this multiple dating is really an excuse for never settling down with one person. Again, it depends on where you are. If you don't know what you want, then play with people who don't know what they want. But the minute you know what you want and you've stated it, and I'm sure if Audrey.
That's a fact. If you don't know what you want, then go play with people who don't know what they want. That's a fair statement, right? Don't come messing with people who know exactly what they want, who know exactly what they're looking for, sorry, based off of the standards and boundaries and expectations they've set and they've been living through in their life, right? A lot of the times the issue comes because you set a boundary and the person is not willing to do what they need to meet that boundary, but they almost want to convince you to let go of the boundary, right? The boundary is not worth having. It's too restrictive. It's too crazy, right? We hear that term a lot when you hear people talking about relationships. Great point there. Let's see. I wouldn't expect a woman to make time for me. That's stupid. She will come around when she's ready or not at all. I'm patient and will wait my turn if there's one to be had. So, it sounds like you're saying kind of what she's saying, right? That person who matters for you to meet with, for you to get to know, you're going to make time for them. You guys are going to make time for each other, right? It's a mutual. It's not something that just one person on one end has to do. You both have to prioritize and make time for the relationship, for a budding relationship, possibly. And she's about to get into how you do that without necessarily putting a lot of pressure on yourselves, right? Because sometimes when you put too much pressure to be that perfect relationship or to get into that next perfect relationship, you can also spoil the situation too. Hey, DB. Hey, love. I'm staying out of the shenanigans for the most part. I love that. I love that for you. I hope that means you're having great times outside of YouTube. She's talking about dating with intention. Exactly. But I think whenever dating without intention became popular, yeah, I don't know why. Right? I think a lot of it came out of hurt, right? A lot of the things that people do in dating today has come out of maybe having bad situations or not getting the results you want. And sometimes, changing your habits based off of that isn't a bad thing, right? It teaches you to grow. But sometimes some of the habits you change into are out of hurt and they're not necessarily beneficial to you. So, um, what she's saying is very relevant to dating with intention. Hey, Sugar Bum. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, Candy Cane. Ed sounds like a chronic nice guy, right? Or at least that's the role he's trying to play. The guy that never gets taken serious. He's claiming it's because he's ugly, but we've seen plenty of ugly guys with women, right? So I don't think it has a lot to do with that. I honestly think you're just trolling, Ed. But maybe one day when you try to address why you see yourself as so undesirable, maybe you can heal what's going on inside of you that makes you come everywhere and tell everyone how ugly you are. Right? Maybe one day you'll heal. And when you do, I'll be here to catch you. Amen. Bandit Unchained, who said that? He is back though. Sugar, behave. Behave. We're not doing a lot of dragging tonight. Obviously, where the dragging needs to occur, we'll do it. But calling someone big bad girl, you mean. You are mean. No, I'm kidding. Sugar Bum is also my favorite troll. Ed Unchained, I never said there was anything wrong with being friends, but we're talking about romantic relationships in this instance, right? You should not specific unwanted Ed, undesirable Ed. Man, your nickname? Is that the reputation you have of being undesirable and unwanted? That's too bad. That's too bad. Ed, one day you'll come to the light. My man needs a big and strong back. TMKC, how big? How big? Because if you're not that big, you shouldn't be looking for a wide back. You should be looking for a muscular, toned back. Oh, girl, please go to hell. I know you're not in my back trying to stink it up. It smells like dirty cooch in the back. What is going on today? What is going? Can I not just do a live stream without a freaking troll popping in the back? You guys want to believe who was back there just a second ago? Like, I wake up with energy. What would make you come into my back? Girl, we aren't gonna be friends. We're not gonna squash shit. Maybe once some of the petty is released from my spirit, maybe you could come back and try again. Art to dirty chokes. Okay? Whoever that was, probably make it count, right? But let's not and say we did. You guys can't even let me have one stream. I said I wasn't going to talk about shit no more. I can't have one stream. Like, let me move on and talk about this. Let me talk about love triangles. Actually, you know what? Do you want to talk about a love triangle? You can come right back, girl. I promise I won't bite. This has been the strangest week of my life, right? I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Feel free to click the link, guys. We are in full conversation mode, but I am going to get back to her video. Because before Ed, started about how unbearable and how unwanted he is, Oh, God, Candy Cane. Tell us, love triangle. I always try to be messy, and then you guys come in here and you want me to be messy. Why? 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 There's a 3 score. It means someone's lacking. Yes. So if you, oopsies, accidentally clicked something. If you were here for the beginning of this stream, these situations always come out of a lack, right? That person who's engaging in the relationship with both people, they almost always are unable to communicate that lack. So instead of communicating it, trying to with the current partner that they have, they've instead decided to jump outside the relationship and find somebody to fill that lack, right? So you are correct. There is a lack always. There is always a lack. I can't. You guys. I don't know who is attacking my back chat tonight. Maybe this is just the name of the game, but I'm gonna just leave it at that. I don't know why old girl would click the link, so it makes me think that was a troll. That was maybe I'm back trying to get back in here. But just know if you hit the link, you're gonna have to cam up a little bit. I'm something to know that you're not a troll or some other person trying to ruin my not so made yet channel. So please, if you're gonna click the link with something to share, something to add to the discussion. I would appreciate it. It said artichokes, but seeing this situation of the last couple of days, it makes me think it was just some fuck nigga, right? It makes me think it was just some bandit, some bandita trying to trigger likely or detract from the conversation, because who cares about a productive conversation? Let's come in and dust it up. Why are y'all singing head, shoulders, knees, and toes? I don't even want to know how y'all got there. I don't. Hey, Travel One, welcome. Nice to see you here. Still unacceptable in a marriage? Big deal breaker, ladies. Yes. And it's funny because the article that we were looking at specifically talked about the love triangles that exist in married couples, right? Which usually follow the dynamic of husband, wife, mistress. And in those types of love triangles, they mentioned that a lot of the times they knew about each other, right? They knew about each other, they obtained each other. No, that is a fake sugar bum. Sugar, know if you're in the back and if you're gonna cam up. Yeah, no, that's someone fake back there. I don't know what people are trying to do. You can leave. Oh, okay. I'm like, who is trying to play me right now? I don't know what's going on. All these familiar names. Yeah. I think Candy Cane just said she was playing. But yeah, guys, please, please, let's not and say we did. Let's not and say we did because I don't know who it would be in the back. Big people also take up the whole bed. How did we wait? How did we get on big people taking up the whole bed? I don't know how we got there, but that's okay, Candy Cane. As long as I know it's someone just in good fun. But there was some weirdos in the back, so um, big people. Okay, people keep skin and bones warm. It's getting cold outside. So what happens when it's hot, Lana? Now do you kick the big man out of your bed? Because you know the big people love to sweat. They're hot. They always need a fan on or a window open. So not that I know from experience, but I'm just saying, like, what are you gonna do when it's hot now? I don't know. You guys are in this chat acting a fool. Ed looks like he breathes hard and loud. Okay, you need to go to the corner. You're misbehaving. Go to the corner. They can't take off that funk mask fast enough. BB, I don't need my sheets smelling like bacon grease. Hold on. Now, for those who've dealt with bigger men or women, have you experienced the stench of bacon grease in person? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Yeah, Candy Cat. I don't want nobody thinking that that's just, something I know. You know, I don't know. They definitely have Gucci. You know, every time I dealt with a big person, they had impeccable hygiene. So I don't know if that was just me, um, in particular, and who I chose to deal with, but every time I dealt with a big person, they had impeccable hygiene. So for me, I gotta smell nice when I'm going to bed. Sometimes that means I take a midnight shower. Sometimes that means I wash myself up and just brush my teeth before I go to bed if I've showered in that day already. So yeah, I think thing people take it lightly, but you shouldn't. Oh my God, your ex thought Funky was sexy. Let me just state for the record, Funky is not sexy. Grease is not sexy. There's nothing sexy about a musty mind. Nothing. I'm only around clean people. You know what, Lana? I'm glad. And yes, sometimes you do gotta hit that shower the second time in the day. But you know who I don't trust? Them people who just get up right out the bed, just go brush their teeth, and then just walk right out. Them people I don't trust either. I'm sorry. You can't lay down in my sheets if you do that. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I might not always do that second shower, but I'm always going to get in my bed with new, fresh clothes. Who's Funky was sexy, not musk of malhygiene. You know, Funky, if you're talking funky like having gone and got a good workout in and then they came back in the shower, those 3 seconds of funk on the way to the bathroom, I guess maybe it was sexy to somebody at some point. I don't know, girl. I never thought funky was sexy, but I'm young, so y'all make me hip to it. Naf. Naf, if you would please cam up for a second. Cam up for 1 second. You won't be on stage when you do. Okay, that's an African American. All right, let me add you to the stage. Oh, hold on. Okay.
You.
Hello.
What's up, love?
What is up? To add to the conversation for now?
Uh, First of all, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright. I ain't been on the screen in like 2 years, yo.
Oh, okay. Camera or anything in 2 years?
Nah, I'm familiar in the
All
space
right.
though, but it's hard to hear you. You still like a little bit choppy. I thought it was just on YouTube, but it's back here too.
Oh, oh. It could be my audio.
What's
I
up?
have on a headset. So, what do you have to add to the conversation for now?
Nah, because you had me tripping because I used to get on chicks about that. Like they would come to the crib and want to take naps, and I'm the same way. I'm like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And they'd be trying to climb in the bed, smell like outside. I'm like, "We don't do that.
Mm.
We don't do that."
Yep.
Like,
Yep. Smelling like outside. That's a distinct smell. You're correct.
yeah, you gotta sleep on top of the covers. Maybe I get you a sheet or something, but you can't get in my bed.
Right. Right. I agree. Who is that? It looks like Naf. Maybe he removed the DJ so we don't associate him with DJ Naf the Bandit. Maybe. I'm assuming
Yeah,
that's
I'm on my
where that's coming
rebranding
from.
campaign. Yo, chill out, yo.
All right. Yeah, no, rebrand. I don't have no problem with that. So he looks like Jay Prince.
I absolutely do not look like Jay Prince. That is
Y'all just see another
beyond the
nigga up
insult.
here.
Right.
Wow, wow, wow.
See what I'm talking about? Why do y'all hate black men?
Okay, I'm not gonna entertain that. Let me see. Living alone is no excuse. Yeah, Simon, I don't know if you're trying to convince yourself or the chat, but yes, no, living alone is no excuse for being funky because you never know. So you might open the door for a delivery man, you might have to get an Amazon package, and now they have to be hit with you know?
Yo,
So
that's wild.
it's true. Imagine being a delivery driver. You think you're just going to drop off some food, you got to be hit with a whole booty. Oh, God.
Yo, I wanted to ask, why people don't appreciate your humor. You're hilarious to me. I've been watching you for a little minute. Yo, you're hilarious. I don't understand.
Oh, thank you. I maybe it's because I'm nerdy. I don't know. I find that it's humor. So thank you. I appreciate it though.
Yeah, I'm low key nerdy too. I don't know if it's a Northeast thing or what, but
Oh, it definitely is. There's not enough black
maybe
people
that's
over
what
here.
it is, right? I'm originally from Jersey, but I've lived in VA most of my life outside of my
You
travel
s-
and shit.
you said New Jersey?
Yeah, South Jersey.
Oh, there's a lot of bandits in New Jersey.
Ah, here we
Yes,
go. Here we go. Oh, they
the
go sit
lady.
up on talking shit. Nah, please, she was talking about, man. Harassing.
You know
She been
what?
harassing me for years.
You know I don't bother with these bandits, so don't worry. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, he flirting. How I'm flirting? I ain't even saying that. God damn. God
No,
damn.
you guys be dragging in this chat. I love it. Keep on keeping on. All right, I'm gonna get back to the video because, like Candy Cane, I do want to get back on subject. So let's get back on subject. Again, I appreciate everyone for being here. Please feel free to like, subscribe, share. I will appreciate it.
Audrey's been watching this, that she has stated, I'm looking for a relationship. No, Audrey, you don't wait while he tests you and some other person, or she tests you and some other person. You don't wait around. That's not acceptable. I want to date you. When you're free and you're single, you think you're interested in me, let's continue. We've gone out a few times. You know, it's starting a relationship and at least focusing on one person doesn't mean, okay, this is it for the rest of my life. It means I like you enough that I'm going to give you a fair shot without the clutter, without the distraction. I'm going to focus on you and let's explore what we have here. And if we notice in a couple months it doesn't work out, then at least we tried, and we tried in earnest, and I treated you fairly. But I want to tell you, this person that you genuinely care for, okay, I want you to think twice about the entitled, selfish, spoiled person that would put somebody through that for their benefit. Now, I don't know if their only goal is to have sex or it's to be adored. I don't know. And if they are that conflicted and can't move,
You kind of said something wrong there, right? I don't know what their goal is, whether it's to have sex. Let me land this plane real quick. Whether it's to have sex or it's to be adored. And I do think the spectrum of what people are seeking from relationships is that wide, right? Some people literally just want to be adored. They want to be loved and loved on by some person, whatever, who meets their is a special partner. And some people literally are just, playing a game. They just want to get some box or sex, whatever you want to call it, in 2023. So it's hard to even tell, who's playing this game and why, right? But I think the important part is that it's almost always a selfish reason. They don't care about either of the people involved, especially because one of the main components of a love triangle is that they're not choosing either person. So are those two like they're not worth anything? I feel like in all words you can say it, the main person who found each individual person doesn't care about anyone but themselves, right? They want and you were gonna say something?
No, I was asking. I didn't know if she was applying it to a man or a woman, or if it was just in general. I missed the beginning of the context because I was talking shit in the chat.
Oh, this is applied to all relationships. It's not
Okay.
gender specific. She's talking about male female hetero relationships because that's the people who contact her for advice, but this
Yes.
applies to any situation, not one gender. If you watch any of Deborah Cooper's content, she speaks on these topics too. I'll look into her, Candy Cane. I've been that a lot of providers, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, a lot of them are on YouTube, and they're actually starting a lot. I've noticed some that are like have just met that new criteria to be monetized, right? They have like 700 subs, but their videos have thousands of views, right? They're very informative people. So I'm always open to finding some, and I will write down Deborah Cooper because I have not come across her yet, as far as I'm concerned. The main ones I see is Dr. Tracy Marks. I came upon Susan today when I was specifically looking for this topic. Dr. Amani, you guys saw last stream. There was the therapist from the other stream. So I'm always open. Please leave suggestions in the comments, in the chats. I'll hopefully be able to find those people and look into, um, but what was your question again? I forget.
No, you already answered it. I was asking if it was gender specific. But
Oh, okay.
I
Yes.
agree with
Then,
what she's saying.
yeah,
It's based off.
nothing here is going to be gender specific. Usually, the only times that it will be is when I'm speaking on my experience, because I'm heterosexual, I'm a woman, so I can only speak from my experiences, in some senses. So that's the only time you'll hear anything specific to women. So
And then, so for people that do know me, they know I'm in the DMV. I've been out here. There's some content creators that been popping up. I actually used to do a podcast years ago, and I had said before in the chat I've produced a lot of different podcasts and radio shows. But one question I guess I have, I don't know where this echo came from, but how would you describe dating as a black woman, in Boston?
God, oh God, I'm not
No,
in
I guess it's
Boston. I'm near
okay.
there,
Near
right?
there.
But
Okay.
but I'll
But
say
so I
so.
asked that because, forgive me,
Okay.
there's the DMV is like obviously a major metropolitan city, but it's a hub. So I've met a lot of black women from Boston. I actually clown. And then again, I was in the service, so I know a lot of white boys too. So I'd be like, wait, I didn't know it was black people in Boston like that. You know what I'm saying? So they'd be down here, they visit, it was the holidays and all of that. But I never really got into the dating dynamics in that area and what that's like. Or if that's
So
something
I'll
you spoke
say, well, so I don't like to get into my particular dating experiences, but I'll answer your question, right? I think anywhere in the Northeast, unless you're in a area that's, either heavily populated or majority black, you're likely as a black woman going to be one of few, right? That being said, I think it still depends on your confidence level, and it depends on what you're seeking. So if you're just looking for black men, right, or you're just willing to date black men, you're probably going to struggle as a black woman in the Northeast, right? One, because there's not a lot of black people down here to begin with, but when there is, there's almost always other dynamics that play into that, right? Niggers thinking they're more valuable than they are, etc. Um, but I think that if you're open-minded, then it's probably no different than dating anywhere else, as long as you're open-minded and confident. That's probably as far as I'll go, because I don't want to like bring my own experiences too
No, that's
much into
perfect. Yeah, I wasn't looking for any details. Just
Yeah. I would say I'm a pretty open-minded person, so I don't find it. I think if you are like more strict with who you want to date, etc., then yeah, it's gonna be a tough time. That's all I'll say. Simon,
so
can you
to the
get
room,
one?
you don't stand a chance.
Hold on, Simon, can you get one demographic? Like, what is your preferred demographic? Because I almost feel like people who go out of their way to say I can't just stick to one, right? I might say that I'm open to everything, but I generally tend to date, you know, niggas, unfortunately. So I think I find that when people will go out of their way to say that, they almost always are seeking people because of their nationality and stuff. So if you are doing that, I wouldn't suggest it. I would suggest a pimple mirror, NAF, if that's what you're looking for or at. I have
Nah,
one.
yo, chill out. I was trying to look at the chat, but my laptop is blocking it because I'm hooked up to
Oh,
this.
okay. No problem. I was just being silly. Why I thought NAF was in California. Um, I'm not sure. I honestly didn't know he was DJ NAF until someone pointed it out. So I have no clue where you're from, but welcome. All right,
Incognito.
let's wrap up this video and then I'll move on to the next one because she does also talk about this from the perspective of the narcissist. Because obviously, every issue, including love triangles, is 10 times worse when you're dealing with a narcissist. So let me conclude this video and then I'll move to the next one.
Oof. Do you really want to be with a partner that's this conflicted from the get-go? Because honestly, relationships involve a lot of challenges. I would rather know where a person stands and have them be clear-minded, at least some definitive statement. It is only clearing the board. It's not about being insecure. It's about yes or no, in or out. We've got to stop wasting each other's time and stop breaking hearts and stop thinking it's okay to break ours. No, there's no more 3-month rule. But Susan said so. Okay, I don't care. If 5 of you listen, then you're not going to be hurt. Why would you put yourself through that? The guy gets to go through women for 3 months at a time and then makes up his mind, but he doesn't want any of them. Because if he really wanted one person, he would eliminate the rest. It's natural. It's natural. It's the cutting horses. Get the one calf out of the. It's natural. When you want one person, you focus on them. I'm asking all of you to honor yourself. Honor yourself. If the people you're dating aren't honoring you, then you do it yourself. Bring your own value up inside. Don't be afraid to raise your own confidence level and know.
And I love her message. I'm going to conclude it there because at the end kind of is her giving advice to people on her channel to go and seek her services, which I think you should if you are looking for some type of relationship counseling. I think she's probably a great person to give advice on that. But I love how she value yourself. Telling someone what you're willing to accept out of them, that's not asking too much. You're not being crazy. You have standards to set. And I think, like she mentioned earlier in the video, the lack of consequences in dating, right, where people feel like if I do say something, I'm going to actually lose access to this person or I'm going to lose the relationship. And I think more people are scared of that than they are uncomfortable with being put in these predicaments where they have to run a race for a bandit. What I mean? Imagine running a race for one bandit. Like, it's ridiculous. So she made a great point, and I love how she ended that off. So let me get back to my
I'm
slides so that
100% confident that she went and smoked a cigarette after that video.
I'm sorry, you sound low. What did you say?
I said I'm 100% confident she went and smoked a cigarette after that video. She just looks like she smokes cigarettes.
Yeah. You know what, Candy Cane, you're correct. It ain't nothing to cut a glitch off, right? It ain't nothing. And I think that's the issue where we're at today, right? It's become so much of a numbers game where most people were throwing them out because they're just entertaining too much people. And then the ones we do have around us, whatever might be wrong with that situation, you end up talking yourself out of it because a lot of the times you don't know if they're dealing with multiple people. You don't know if they're that person who has a whole army of creatures that are already waiting for them. So I think that's kind of where we're at with dating right now, unfortunately, where you're either cutting off everyone or, you know, keeping the wrong people around, unfortunately. So the next subject or the next part of this subject is the narc triangulator, right? So they're generally doing it for a more pointed reason. And I think it's just as important to talk about the narcissist in this case because a lot of the times you do see this from a narcissist. And this is again coming from Susan. She was asked to talk about the specific triangulation that is done by a narc. And I think we're in the age where we're becoming more social, right? So let's watch the video. And then hopefully the next thing we get into, we can discussing. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Is this sharing with you all? Yes, it is. All right, give me 1 second. I have a. All right, there we go. It's showing up on my.
And a love triangle. Now, I didn't think this applied to anyone until I read it over and over and over again, and something haunted me about it. So, Sarah, a little better late than not at all. Here is your answer to this question. Sarah writes, why does a narcissist play hot and cold in a love triangle? I've told him that what I've concluded from his behavior and.
Oh, you guys can't hear the video? Let me know how a little bit slight of a delay. So if you can't hear the video when I play it again, just let me know.
Patterns. And now I'm no longer a priority, but the other female is. Help. Your videos are fantastic, knowledgeable, and by far helpful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's 4 thank yous. Okay, so Sarah and everybody else, you don't have a love triangle here. You've got the Bermuda Triangle. This is insane. Narcissist, hot and cold, and a love triangle. That's the opening sentence. This sounds so crazy, but you know what? When you think about it, it really isn't. How many people begin seeing somebody in this current time period and they think it's going well, only to discover, oh, but you're also involved with her or with him. And so you kind of, everybody's figuring out where they are. Am I the priority? Is she phasing out? Is she newly there? Was she always there? So it is very common for insecure people to want to keep 2 people or more in queue in the stable so that they can, I don't know, feel.
Right, and we know the main trait of a narcissist is that appetite. They have to feed that ego that they really have to get balanced, right? A lot of this leads back to lack, but specifically in dealing with a narcissist, the lack comes from inside. So when they're dealing with multiple people, it has more to do with their insecurities of being alone, of not having somebody to replace the next person if it doesn't work out with, whoever they're currently dealing with or the two people they're dealing with. So it seems like it's about supply. It's about having the availability of a partner, multiple partners. It doesn't work out with one person. And to me, that just says, if you're already like, you're not even in a relationship with either of these people and you're already struggling to try and make sure you have a queue in line like that, that clearly shows very low self-esteem. To add?
Again, I agree. Like a lot of dudes, and again, it's hard to have a conversation with you because you're going in and out when you're saying stuff. But
Oops.
Yeah, I don't know what the chat is, but like I said on the back end, I'm like, okay, she's the DJ because she's scratching and cutting every other sentence.
Oh, okay. You might probably just have to listen a little closer. I think it's a bandwidth issue.
I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, it seems like it's like ebbing and flowing my sound, which I think I think it's a bandwidth issue. So I probably either have to start from downstairs or bring an Ethernet. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, but no, I agree with what she's saying. And I would make fun of some of the guys that I knew coming up because like they always had a girlfriend, right? Or would have multiple relationships. I was like, bro, like you can't be by yourself. But then if you look at their life, it'd be like, okay, this is why you haven't accomplished X, Y, Z, because you put all your energy into this. Now, whether that has to do with sexual access or some type of self validation, whatever it is, from my standpoint, it's a distraction. So I've never been in a love triangle. That's just not how I move or operated. I think it's unnecessary stress, considering, you know what I'm saying, being a man and what's expected of you. Why would you put yourself in that situation?
Yeah, and I agree. Who has the energy, right? How do you even deal with multiple people and pretend, right? Because in some instances, you do have to pretend to get those two people on board at some point. So I don't see where people have the energy to put into so many.
The money, the resources, and I remember being the young troop when I was in. He's a tall dude, tall, dark, and handsome, as they would say. And he's like, bro, this shit get expensive because he's going out 3-4 times a week with 3 or 4 different women. And then the lie catch up to him, and then he's lying again. I would just be sitting on the sidelines laughing, like, bro, yo, you did this to yourself. Like, what are you doing, bro? It is
right. And people and I guess that whole theory of being the player and getting all the girls, it makes it seem like the reality is. Did I go out for a second?
Yeah, you did. I didn't hear none of
that. Let me refresh. Give me 1 second. Just hold on. I'm gonna put you in the back chat while I refresh. 1 second. Refresh. I don't know what's going on with my internet today. It's worse than usual. I feel like I'm being attacked by cyber internet thieves. Hold on. Let me know how my sound's doing because I'm still trying to get. Oh, you good. Everyone in the chat too, please let me know how my sound's doing. It looks like the quality of my StreamYards has improved. No delays like before. So just let me know what you guys can hear, if you can hear at all, if it sounds better. But yeah, TMKC, I had to yank myself and nap out for a second because I wasn't sure where the issues were coming from. All right, just let me know how my sounds. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm back.
I don't even think it's you. Because this seems like it's been issues with StreamYard for a minute.
Yeah, part of it is StreamYards. I do think some of it might be internet because it seems like my computer's asking me if I want to wait or let the page crash. So I don't
Have
know
you
if it's
done a speed test?
Yeah, I did one last night, and it seemed okay. So I don't know. You guys let me know. Hey, Carl. All right, it sounds better. All right, it might change. And honestly, if I keep having issues, I might just edit and then try to figure out my internet so that the stream tomorrow is not as glitchy. YouTube is so weird sometimes because I'll have all these issues when I'm streaming myself, but if I go to someone's back chat and panel, I don't have the same issues, so I don't get it. YouTube is fucking with me, but it's all good. So yeah, we were kind of in the middle of a discussion, so let me just play back the last few minutes. Excuse me, Joe. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to honestly move my streams down to the level where the router is, because down there I never have internet issues, connection, speed. I don't have issues, but up here on the level with all the bedrooms and stuff, that's where I have an issue. Usually, and it'll be like this. It'll be super glitchy and stuff. But then downstairs, I don't have any issues streaming. So I think I might have to permanently move my workspace downstairs, which will just mean more priming of that space. So bear with me. I appreciate the 25 people still here, chilling, having the conversation, engaging, regardless of. Um, yeah, Candy Cane. Someone was telling me about that, about ramping up the router. But I think Ethernet cable or just being on that level will have to be. It'll have to do. Um, because I just keep having this issue upstairs. And then downstairs, I'm perfectly fine. I can do whatever. Up here, I can hop on a million panels and I'll have no issue. But if I try to run my own discussion on StreamYards, it's all messed up. So let me just rewind a couple seconds and then we'll just keep plowing along.
You're also involved with her or with him. And so you kind of, everybody's figuring out where they are. Am I the priority? Is she phasing out? Is she newly there? Was she always there? So it is very common for insecure people to want to keep two people or more in queue in the stable so that they can, I don't know, feel fabulous about themselves or never make a commitment or do whatever kind of dating they think they're doing. So if you have to use the word narcissist with hot and cold and a love triangle, there's no hope for this. Here's what you've identified. This is a person that does not have a skill set for the kind of relationship you evidently want. So it's like saying, I've got this three-legged horse, okay? But I think with the proper training, I can get them to win the trifecta. I just feel like if I can love them enough and work with them enough, okay, I know they have three legs, okay? And I know that's a little bit of a disadvantage. But we have to really take a look at each person that enters our sphere and say, what is their skill set for what we want? You have to clearly know what you want and then match who they are in their presentation. Are they ethical? Are they honest? Are they telling you the truth? Are they sensitive? Do they care about your feelings? Do they want what you want? And if they want it, do they want it with you? Because there's one simple fact. If you start with bad material, you can't do anything with it. It is what it is. So
that's right. It's hard to judge a relationship that way and say, well, this person is damaged goods or whatever. But if they're at the very inception of the relationship, they're already displaying these negative characteristics. I think the point she's making here is that it's not going to get better. Right? If you usually start from a bad place, it's usually going to get worse, right? Because usually when you start from a good place, it gets worse too, right? You don't usually, unless you're very, very good at romantic relationships, you might start out with what you thought was great and end up with, a poor product, a poor outcome. But I guess what she's saying in this case is that the narc doesn't even know how to be, right? So you can't get anything out of them. So if you're already identifying that they're a narcissist, then that should be a little bit of a preemptive, that should give you an idea of what they would be like in a relationship, and that should tell you to run, essentially. She's saying that without saying so. You let me know your thoughts though, now, because
I agree. I low-key feel like I dated a narcissist, right? And trying to be careful here, remain gender neutral. But it was all about them. Right? But
right, and don't ever, that's the thing, right? Narc is that catch-all term. Sometimes you dealt with a narc and you can definitely see it, but sometimes you just dealt with an egotistical person, and I think those two things are a little different. But you probably dealt with a narc and you didn't even know it. Right? Because we're just coming up with this language, or we're just understanding the language now.
Well, after the fact. But then being a man, I look at myself like, okay, here's what's expected of me. So this is how I move, right? Present myself in a certain way. But then if you come into a situation to where she's like, okay, what do you breathe kind of thing? Then it's like, oh, okay, so you're presenting yourself as the center, and I'm just adding to, like, that's not a position that I've ever been comfortable in. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that makes me a narcissist, because I'm like, wait, hold up, what are we doing here? Like, that's not how this works. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, quick segue. I used to use this.
Hold on. Before you get into that, you're not just gonna skate past by that. So you've identified this woman as a narc.
No. I said it's possible. Go ahead.
Okay, so you identified that she's possibly a narc because she asked what you brought to the table.
No, the way she presented herself, she didn't say that. But if we're going into a relationship, I'm just going in as me, right? Like, okay, this is who I am. This is how I've been conditioned or whatever, what my expectations, right? And she's presenting it as if like, okay, that's cool. And she was like a PhD candidate and all this other stuff. She saw herself as, you know what I'm saying, something completely different from what I saw her. I just thought she was a dope chick. You know, she looked good. We had fun together, whatever. But she had all the expectations. We talking about like, we 30 days in, you know what I'm saying? And you got all of this, like.
So that's exactly why I wanted you to get into it more and why I made that statement, right?
Yeah.
Because just because you two people are on different stages and this person came with expectations, that's not necessarily a narc, right? And I think that's kind of what she was speaking to in the last video, right? A lot of times in relationships, people are like, oh, you got to give it a certain amount of time, But she, like you saw in the last video, she said, throw out the 90-day rule. People need to start presenting themselves as what you want, or you move on, right? Whether it's, 10 days in, 30 days in, 15 days in. I think that's the problem, right? Now everyone wants to sample out women, like their relationships. I'll speak from a woman's perspective. Men want to sample out women like they're at a buffet and they're still trying to figure out what they want to pay for, right? They want to take a little piece of every little last one until they come to the grand conclusion of which one they want. And the issue is why I said a lot of people are moving based off of her is they're used to dealing with people who want to sample parts of them, but they don't also want to give something for it. Now, is that you? I'm not saying that in particular. But from what you brought up to describe this person as a narcissist, where you mentioned, that she had all these expectations, you're 30 days in. Do you know how many days is 30? 30 days is a long time. That's a whole month. Now, in your mind, right? Not specifically you, but in a particular person's mind, they might see 30 days and say, well, that's such a short time. But now, if you're expecting that person in those 30 days to make time to get to know you, but you think 30 days is too much for them to have expectations, now that's where I think people need to be realistic, right? If this person isn't meeting your expectations, then you got to move on. Don't sit there and give them your list of demands, right? This is where I think where you're misinterpreting this person as a narc. Don't give this person a list of demands. They don't want to meet it. Get out of there. There's no 90-day rule, like she said. Don't wait 90 days to see if the guy's going to do what he says he's going to do within those 90 days. If it's 30 days in, no shade to you, and this person is still pushing back against what you say you want, move on. Move on to the next person. We don't have that much life, right? We all think we're going to live until what science grants us these days of old age, but anyone can pass at any time. So I don't suggest anyone wait around for anybody. Does that mean you should jump from relationship to relationship till you feel like whoever will just marry you whenever? I still think each relationship needs cycles. You still need to go through things as a couple. But if you're 30 days in and you're still telling this person, whoa, you asked me to do too much, then perhaps for that person, they should have recognized you're not even speaking the same language. You're not looking for the same things. That's what it sounds more like to me than that person being a narc.
But this is why we have the culture of serial daters, right? I'm talking about the position she was operating from.
Yeah, but you don't know what she was operating from. You're not in her head. You're not a machine. You're seeing her actions and you're interpreting them as being whatever, you think is doing too much or presenting herself as too much. But if a person has reached 30 days of spending time with you and getting to know you, and you're still telling them that they're doing too much, they're asking too much, then I think you and that person aren't on the same page. And that person probably should have already left a long time ago.
I don't recall saying any of that. I just was like, oh, okay. This is the position.
You said they were asking for too much, though.
Oh,
you said they were already doing too much. It's only been 30 days. That's the implication you made. I'm not saying put words in your mouth.
30 days, and you're talking about previous proposals. You know what I'm saying? You want to get married. Like, we can have.
No, I didn't mention that. I said that if that's what you're looking for. All I said in this particular instance is if you are asking something of the person that you're getting to know, or if you have certain standards and that person isn't willing to meet it, if they're always saying, oh, that's too much, this is the way you're presenting yourself. I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but I'm speaking for maybe the person on the other side that you're, interpreting them as a narc. Maybe instead of continuously repeating or presenting yourself in a way that you think that person will receive what you need, if they're not receiving it, leave. If it's been 30 days and you still feel like this person isn't doing, what they need to do to secure you, to have you confident in getting to know them, then you should continue to move on.
We might be talking past each other. What I'm talking about is how she presented herself, right? She comes off like
present herself,
just like what you're saying, right? It's all about you. So for me, I'm like, okay, yeah, this person is a narcissist. If you think that life revolves around you, you have no interest in what I like, what I want, what I need, what my desires are. You're coming like, okay, this is what I got going on. If you can't add any value to this, you're in my way. I need you to get the fuck on. How do you build a relationship with somebody like that? You can't, because it's all about you.
How do you build a relationship with someone that you've been talking to for 30 days and they don't know you, but they're perceiving your behaviors as you're asking too much and you're being demanding and you're self-centered because you have standards? Because that's essentially what you're saying, is that any person who presents and they're saying that this is what they're looking for, or quote unquote they want you to add on to them, that you're interpreting that as self-centered. But if they're trying to make space for you and their lives, and you're not even willing to acquiesce to maybe the desires or things that they're looking for in a relationship, then where are you going to go from there, right? Because you're interpreting her as being self-centered, but telling someone what your standards are isn't self-centered. So I'm trying to understand where that perception is coming from.
And maybe you might be moving faster than I do. And I think that was the whole thing, right? So I'm somebody.
Yes, so you guys are on different pages. You and that person are not on the same page.
I value time. I value friendships and I value relationships, right? This is why, like, okay, I can be involved with somebody and date somebody, and it might not work out, but we can still be cool. But what I'm talking about is like, yo, 30 days is 4 weeks, right? You can make it seem like, oh, it's this long amount of time or whatever, but it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's chop it up. Let's get to know each other. You know, we ain't even really had these conversations. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? For
And
you
I
to
think the
just
main
be
thing, I don't know if you were here when she spoke about it, right? Because she said, making that, throwing out the 90-day rule is not about putting a time
no, it's not.
frame,
It's not.
putting a time frame on the relationship.
Not
I agree, Jamel. I
She
really
said,
do
choose
think,
the wrong
hold on,
woman.
hold on. I do think you chose the wrong women because what you're describing sounds like you and that person were on two different playing fields. You said
Everybody.
yourself, sounds like I'm faster than you, but I'm interpreting what you're saying. And it sounds like you're trying to waste this person's time. No offense.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, how do you've made so many conclusions. I ain't even been able to
But you
really
just
finish
told
what I
me
was
30
saying.
days is not that long. So just
It's
like she said
four
in the
weeks.
video, hold on, just like she said in the video, you're implying that 30 days is not enough time for you to even decide that that's the one person you want to try to get to know.
I
Right?
didn't
Because
say
that's
that.
she never made any claims about having a ring or
She was talking
being
about marriage. That's exactly
hold
what I said.
on, let me finish, let me land my plane. She never spoke about marriage or having a baby and a ring by the end of 30 days. But if you have expectations for a relationship, right, and you've been going on, so in 30 days, right, let's say you could only meet up with this girl twice a week. So in 30 days, you've seen each other 6 times. You've gone on 6 dates. Realistically, right? If you're actually courting this woman, not if it's just some person you're playing with digitally or, someone you see once every couple of weeks. If you're consistently seeing this person in 4 weeks, because that's what a lot of, people, I'll say men in my case, but this is what a lot of people do, right? They'll spend these oblivious amount of times with you, right? In the first 30 days or the first 60 days, they'll see you like 20 times in that time frame. And and I'm not talking about me specifically, but then what I'll see a lot of partners try to do is then be like, oh, it's only been such and such days. But some of what you're doing or some of what that person is doing is love bombing, because why are you seeing that person so frequently in that short amount of time, and then also wanting at the same time to put the brakes on the relationship if that person is interpreting things as going in a certain direction? And that's where I think the lack of understanding each other comes from, right? Because if it's been 30 days and in those 30 days you saw each other 15 times, 15 times. You can't then get in that woman's face and tell her she's asking too much after 30 days, to expect that you guys are maybe going to be exclusive or going in a particular direction, right? And I think the way she used 90 days, no chaser, is to mean that you should really only have expectations if the relationship lasts 90 days, not the sexual part where after 90 days you can give up the box, right? Or whatever. I think more of what she's saying is that it's not a real relationship if it doesn't make it past those 90 days, those first 3 months. And if it does, that's when you should start taking it quote unquote serious. But the issue with that is, if you don't take it serious for 90 days and then now you've reached 90 days, and let's say in those 90 days you saw each other 75 times. Now that's 75 instances of interacting with each other, and you're still telling that person that they haven't done enough to gain exclusivity with you. And I think
I
that's the
like
issue with relationships these days, right? People want to taste test whatever parts of a person they want to get. And they'll often pick, right? For that first month or 2 months, they're picking and trying all parts of this person. And now let's say, like I said, in those 30 days, you saw each other 15 times. Now you spent all this time with this woman and you're still not willing to be honest about where you want to go, which the truth is you don't know where you want to go. And like she mentioned earlier in the video, this is why I love Susan. Go play with somebody who don't know what they want either.
again a lot of assumptions.
I don't
That's
think
not
that's
how I
an
move.
assumption. I think
It
that's a
is if
fair.
we're trying to
'Cause
parse it like that.
I only used what you said.
No, but you took like a lot of what I said and just ran with it. And then when I tried to be like, nah, that's not, you jumped on it again. So let me try that another way, right? BGS made a great analogy, right? How many women
Really,
they
really
have.
quickly. So, Jalen, I think the important part that I mentioned to try and control for some of the different factors that could affect this relationship is that in those 30 days, let's say you saw each other 15 times, right? So out of the last 30 days you've been talking to this person, 15 days you've spent getting to know this person. So we're assuming here that there's a little bit more contact than what would usually be seen in like the beginning of a relationship where you go on a date every other week or so, or maybe every week you're going on one date. So there's been significant time spent together in this particular scenario for lack of for lack of better conversation. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just real quickly. So BJ's made a great analogy when he talked about men and women and how we date and see each other. And if there's some brothers in the chat, maybe I can agree. What he was saying was women date this way. And I've seen this, right? DJ and weddings, people that have been together 5, 10, 15 years and get married, they date this way. Men date this way, right? So you can meet a chick at this level and not personally haven't done this. This is why like I was kind of pushing back on what some of you were saying. I would never date a chick for 2, 3, 4 years and we not get married. 3 years was always my number. My longest relationship has been.
So now, are you able to take yourself out of the equation and view it from the perspective of the current of what most people are doing in dating? Because I can bring it to my experiences and then
but you was just doing that to me. That's the only reason now.
No,
I'm just trying to defend myself.
No, because I never brought up my experiences. I was talking about specifically.
You attacked mine though. You was calling this.
Well, you brought your
because you presented.
Well, I'm saying you brought in your experience, and you said that you thought that this woman was a narcissist, and then what you described didn't sound like a narcissist.
She might be a narcissist.
Hold on. You said you thought she might be a narcissist, but from what we heard, to me, it sounded more like you guys were just on different. Standards. Well, for me, a person's standards is person's standards. Does that mean that it's fair? Not necessarily, but people are only obligated to tolerate what they see fit. So if a woman is seeing you for 30 days and she feels like you should have at least tried to be exclusive, casually dating each other, or like exclusively just talking to each other, right? Mind you, I'm telling you that most people are moving out of hurt now. So I understand just the need to even say that can sometimes, move things in a particular direction. But you made a lot of assumptions about who she was because of what she was asking from you. So that's why I said it sounds like her having standards is the issue. And no, I don't think you necessarily have an issue, but I do think that her having standards was an issue because you guys weren't on the same page.
And what I'm trying to tell you is you're making assumptions. We dated for 3 months, but in those first 30 days, when you start talking about marriage,
man, I'm about to knock you off the bed. You dated her for 3 months and you're talking about she might have been a narc. You didn't know that woman.
But and that's what I'm saying. I was like, yo, she might have been. And my whole premise was she presented herself.
But you don't even know enough about her to say that. So you were making an assumption too.
God damn. But you're making assumptions. I'm telling you from someone who was in a relationship, it was like, okay, wait a minute. She's presenting blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, all right, I hear you. I see what's up. I'm just sitting back trying to peep what it is. And what I'm saying is she presented herself as the center of the relationship. I didn't come in this situation like, yo, you know what I'm saying? If you're not looking to do X, Y, Z, then this isn't going to work. That's what she did. I was like, yo, we're trying to get to know each other.
This is my point right here with TMKC. And this is what even the lady in the video was saying. Everybody wants to get to know, pick and prod little pieces of people while they're still playing.
See, this is unrealistic.
Hold on, let me land my plane. Because you already came in here with the little red pill talking point. I'm letting you literally, the only thing you described was her having standards, and you said she was a narc. So that's why I said we can't overuse these terms. Oh, good night, Candy King. I hope you speak well. I hope you speak well. You're not anywhere but my channel, which is just a space to speak.
But I was trying to have a good faith conversation. This is a chance to meet up and make.
I'm about to drop you just for saying good faith, because we know damn well when people say good faith in the space, they're not going to be good faith. So, good night, Candy King. Thanks for coming, though. But I do think, okay, let me level with you here, right? Let's say you are dealing with a narc. The likelihood of you having come to that conclusion and understood somebody. Now, can I ask, not to get too personal, how frequently were you seeing this person?
Like every other day, if not more. I took
Yeah,
them to
so
New York for
okay,
my birthday, all that. Like,
so now
yeah,
you've known them for 90 days, and in that 90-day frame, you were seeing them every other day?
yeah, we was spending a lot of time together.
You
Stayed
was
at her
doing too
place, stayed
much.
at my
So
place.
if you feel like
So now I'm doing too much.
you guys were doing too much. How are you dating somebody for 90 days? You guys are seeing each other every other day, right? So
Because I
now
was
I
dating
could
with
easily
intentions,
hold
with a
on.
purpose.
If I wanted to make a real assumption, I could say you were love bombing her, right? I could say you were spending all this time with her, even though you knew that you weren't 100% sure about where you wanted to take the relationship with her. I could make that assumption. Excuse me. I can
How?
make that assumption too, based
How?
off what you said, because you said you're
Wait, wait, wait,
spending
wait, wait.
every. Hold on. Let's say you want to be in a long-term
What is
relationship with
love
that
bombing?
person.
I don't understand what that means. Like,
We
if you're
talked
dating
about it.
with
I have
somebody,
a video that you can look
but
up.
listen
It's
to
part
me.
of.
You can't on one
Hold
hand
on.
say,
Hold on. What we're not gonna do is interrupt me when I'm trying to actually have a dialogue with you. Okay, jumping in to make a point occasionally, I'm gonna tolerate that. But just let me get my full thought out before you start jumping on what I'm saying. I'll give you a chance to speak. Right? I could have jumped to the same conclusions that you did about you based off of what you said, right? So in 90 days, you're seeing this person every other day. Based off of the definition of love bombing, I could absolutely just throw you in that category. I could do that. But the
that means
problem
nothing to
here
me.
is the issue here is you guys both were continuously seeing each other for that amount of time. So in one sense, if she knew she wanted something serious, this is where I'll say we have to learn, as women and people. If you know you want something serious and 90 days pass, you're seeing each other almost every other day and you still don't know the status of your relationship, that's a problem. If you reach 90 days of seeing each other every other day and you don't know where you stand with this man, if there's a question about where you stand, because I don't believe in just, oh yeah, we go together. No, that person needs to make it very clear where they want to go with you. But if you make it to 90 days and you still don't know where you stand with that person, that's a red flag in and of itself. That's my opinion. If you can't tell a woman after 90 days that you want to exclusively deal with her and get to know her good and bad, until you guys decide if it's going to work out, then in a sense, you're playing a game too, right? You're kind of leading her on. Because after 90 days, what more do you need to see to decide? And on top of that, you're seeing her more frequently than most people who date. If I'm dating someone, I want to see them at least once a week. But beyond that, I don't need to see them every other day. How am I going to make time for the gym, for cleaning my house, for doing my tasks and my hobbies? How would I stream every day if I had to see a nigga every other day? Right? That's a lot of time that you're putting in with somebody that has very minimal expectations of you, which is just that you show that you're committed at the very least, or that you want to at least try to get to know this one person. And I think part of what she mentioned, I don't know if you were here for that part, is that I truly do think as people we're being taught that we shouldn't complain about things we don't like, right? That's where we got to this abundance mindset where we just pick from every flower, every sunflower that we see, and yes, there's a dating opportunity. There's a dating opportunity. I think we have gotten to that because of this mindset where we just think, well, we should be able to have all this time to figure out if we want somebody. But realistically, after 90 days, if you don't know where you stand with that man, you don't have a man. You don't have one. He belongs to the streets. You just don't know. So, I mean, that's my perception. Feel free to jump in. I just wanted to
I
land my
mean,
plane really
we was
quickly.
dating. As far as I'm concerned, that was my shorty. That was my girl. You know what I'm saying? But it was just like, okay, where is this going? Like I said, somebody mentioned intentions, right? So I take years in between relationships because,
Okay.
all right, look, if I'm interested in you, then I'm interested in you. I wasn't cheating. I wasn't messing with her, messing with other chicks. I'm like, yeah, this is what we doing. But I guess my point is, right, and that should sound crazy to be like, oh, if you're not marriage minded, then you need to walk away day one. That sounds crazy because you have to get to know. Marriage is, at least from my perspective, I've never been married. For me, it's forever, one and done. I'm not about to be out here on my second and third divorce.
Okay,
That's just
so
me.
now Can I ask you, based off of what you just said,
Mhm.
if you're saying that you believe marriage is one and done, meaning,
Mhm.
the first person you want to marry,
I didn't
that's
say
it,
that,
you
but go
move
ahead.
on, or whatever one and done means, because I don't know what you mean. You probably would have to specify, right?
When you
If
make
you're
the decision
saying
to marry somebody,
right, so if you're making a decision to marry somebody, why do you think that somebody asking you to just deal with them, right, in that time frame that you're trying to figure it out, or even just make it clear that you're just dealing with them, why do you think that that's doing too much too soon?
I never
Because that's
said
kind
that.
of what,
I don't know where
well,
that came from.
that's
I
what
never
you
said that.
alluded.
I
That's
didn't
what
allude
you.
anything.
Can you hold on? That's what you alluded to because you said that's how she carries herself. So by carrying herself, I'm going to assume that's probably what she's saying. That's probably her actions, right? If you're not behaving a certain way, then she don't want to deal with you. Let me bring Jalen up real quick. Hey,
Hello.
Jalen.
I,
Hello.
I was watching reruns of The Office until I heard this bullshit that was being spewed. So now I'm here for like a couple minutes. But go
Sure.
ahead. I'm sorry.
No, if you have anything to add, because you said a couple of minutes, so if you have anything to add, you can add it now.
Yeah, I think men who feel like a woman who wants you to move more with intention with her and you have an issue with it, you're full of shit. You're not intentionally dating. Just be honest. You don't know what you want. You're trying to figure it out. It's better you just be straight up about that than try to go and step to a woman who knows what she wants, lays it out for you, pretty blunt about it, and you're just sitting there like, oh, this is too much
Oh,
for
this is
me.
too much for me.
Okay, well, if
Okay,
it's too
well, if
much for
it's
you,
too much
don't
for you, don't
waste her time.
waste
It seems like she doesn't want to just go with the flow.
Right. And you made a great point, right? She's laying it all out. She's letting you know, right, that this is what she needs from a partner. So, in essence, if you're saying you can't meet her there, then yeah, that person should stop dealing with you. And if that happens to be day one, then it is what it is, right? I think that's the issue of lack of consequences that Susan was talking about, right? Most of the times we're convinced to think we're doing too much if we set a boundary of, we only want to be dealt with as just us. And maybe some people will lie to make up for that. But let's assume we're all dealing with adults here. If somebody lays out a boundary for you and you're deciding off jump or right in the first 90 days that, she's asking too much, you're the one being selfish, I think, right? Because I think it's only minimum for that person to ask whatever they were asking. I don't know what she was asking. I doubt it was marriage, but I'm sure it was some level of exclusivity. But if you met that time frame for the woman in question and she's laying that out for you, then you should leave her alone after, 1 day or 2 days. And that's the most honest form of communication.
this
So
is
what would
crazy.
be the reason? What would be the reason after she's pretty blunt with you about what she wants and her intentions and what she's going into this with you? What would be the reason if y'all don't agree on that to continue from your
It's
perspective?
simple. Being a wife is not an entitlement. You know what I'm saying? Because you say, okay, I want to be a wife, doesn't make you a wife. No more than that makes me a husband. You know what I'm saying? So if we're dating and I'm like, okay, this is where I'm at, this is how I'm presenting the relationship. I don't know if you're a wife. You know what I'm saying? Just because you tell me, like, hey, look, this is blah, 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 blah. Okay, I take that shit seriously. I got to get to know you. I got to see what's up. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at building something where we can be, I value 20, 30, 40-year
So
marriages.
So do you can I ask, do you think that a wife there's one outline for what that is? Like do you think there's an archetype that makes a
Absolutely.
woman okay, so that's your problem right there.
It's
And I
not a
rest my
problem.
case. It is a problem because if you have an idealized version of what you think a wife is, a
Based off
random
what I
woman,
see,
a random you've never been married. So where are you getting it from what you see in the streets?
why are you
Like
talking about the streets? You don't have family and friends that have, I don't know what your parents' situation is or nothing
they
like that.
don't
Like, what are
talk
you
like
doing?
that about marriage, so I'm trying to understand.
I don't have nothing to do with that. I just look
Well,
at
you
it,
you
okay,
asked me to relate to my family, and I can't relate, so I want to know what makes you come to a relationship with a random woman thinking of an archetype of what a wife's supposed to be. You're never gonna find that.
So at least he's acknowledging that he has a standard for what he wants his wife to be.
Well, it sounds like he's
I
saying
didn't even say
a
that.
wife.
If
No,
it,
because
you
hold on,
said you
because
have a
I
specific
asked.
type, don't you? That's a
Well,
standard.
I asked him what a wife is, and I asked him, "Is there
You
an
said it's your
archetype?"
archetype.
Yes, I asked you, "Is there an archetype for a wife?" And you said
I
yes.
think to me, I'm speaking in general. Absolutely, I think so. Yes.
Okay, so you're now
I didn't
making
know it
the
was just
distinction.
generally. My bad.
Okay, so you're making the distinction that generally you think there's an archetype for a wife. Now, can I tell you, can I ask you, is there an archetype for a husband? Is there an income requirement or a
No,
level of muscle mass that's required to be considered a protector and provider?
I wouldn't say that, but I think that there are things that women prefer, but that's
Okay.
not for me to decide. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not looking at it like I'm not looking to marry no dude. So, you know what I mean? But to get back to the point, as far as that particular relationship, right? Like I told you, I'll be single for years, and then I'll meet her, and it's like, okay, we're dating. We met through mutual friends, and it's like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? Let's see what's up. I'm
Ed,
going with
Let's see what's up.
Ed, you need to go away. You
I'm
just made
sorry. Like,
God damn. Like,
no.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so
I'm
sorry.
assuming that okay, we can build and develop a relationship, but I'm not going in it like talking about marriage. If she's talking about marriage within the first 30 days, and I'm like, can we get to know each other? Can we?
Well, you need to go get to know
Oh my
somebody who feels the same way you do. Because if she's telling you in the first 30 days, she's not doing that much. You should let somebody know right away what your intentions are. And if your
But,
intentions is not marriage, if you can't state that comfortably, then you're probably not even ready to be married yourself. I
but
mean, I've
that's.
never scared. I've
I mean,
never
I get it.
scared. Hold
I
on.
get it.
I've never scared anybody away by being honest about what I wanted. Now, either they lied or they met that standard. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to deal with liars, right? You can't
Yeah.
always tell from the beginning who's a liar. But I think telling someone what your intention is in the long term, right? Obviously, not saying, "Oh, I want to be married by December 15th," right? That's too much.
No.
But I think that somebody stating that their intention of dating is to get married is not a red flag. There's nothing wrong with
And it
that.
wasn't. We dated. She
But
asked me.
you
She
just
was
made
like,
it seem like, hold on, but you just made it seem like if she's talking about that in the first 30 days, then there's a problem. Like, why would she do that? So I'm trying to understand why.
right. And I'm trying to explain it because again, like it's serious business. So
Look
she's
at
like, no,
TMKC. Day one, I'm talking marriage, so your kind can be gone from me. You know
Listen.
what, TMKC? Some of them will still stick around, think they're slick, think they can trick you into, believing that they actually want that. But honestly, you will eliminate a lot of bandits by doing such. And that's
You
the
gotta
issue,
get
right?
you gotta
Go
get the
ahead,
tough
Julie.
you gotta get the tough questions, the tough conversations rather, out in initially. Like kids, finances, especially finances, marriage, those three things are very hard conversations for a lot of
Yeah.
people to have. I don't want to be questioning you after a year of knowing you about your finances. I need to
Mhm.
know before, straight up, what is it? Like, you got debt? Like, within that year, I need to know that stuff. Like, I shouldn't be trying to figure it out when we're talking about marriage long term after a
Right.
year. You
Right.
know,
And
because some
honestly,
people may
you
want to
give
do
it a
that
long you give it a
within
long
30
time.
days. Some people may want to do it the first date. If
Yeah,
it's not for you, it's not for you.
exactly. And I was gonna say you give it a long time, even a year, to never talk about. Usually, you should be getting proposed to by like
Bro,
that
some
year,
people
year and
don't.
a half.
Some people
So
be
it's
Wow.
saying,
like
I didn't know my husband had all this debt. I'm like, girl, what did y'all talk about? What did y'all talk about?
you should have seen some statements before you got married. Like you should have did a little quick credit sesame, right? Like, all right,
I
but
agree
no,
with
you're
that.
correct. I definitely do think on both sides, a lot of people will go into these relationships just not paying attention. And if honestly, I do truly think if you get it to a year and you still don't know if this person has intentions of marrying you or whatever, then you've wasted a lot of time of your life. Time you're never gonna get back. No, that's not to say that you should just not give any man a chance because you don't want to waste a minute, right? Because it seems like these guys are a little more sensitive to that, right? They don't like that you're just willing to close the door within 30 days. So I'm not just going to say, just shut the door from the beginning. You know what I mean? But I do think that realistically, because sometimes I've thought that that's what I wanted, right? I was much younger, but sometimes I thought that's what I wanted. And then when I was offered that, when I was given that, I was like, ooh, well, let me skate out of here. Like, I don't really like this. I
Because
don't really
it's a
want
good time to get to know each other.
but
That's
that
the only
doesn't
thing.
mean but that doesn't mean listen, I was
Nobody said
misguided.
don't have the conversation. Nobody
You
said that
just
it's a
said that if she
problem.
brings it, I'm going based off of your words. You just said if she brings it up in the first 30 days, she's doing too much. And I think that was
I
your
never
issue
said
before.
that. Those are your words. You keep putting that on me. Oh, she's doing too much.
Jalen,
I
what
did
did
not.
you hear? Hold on,
I'm
Jalen,
like,
what did you
yo,
hear?
I didn't catch that part if y'all talked about it. I'm on the tail end.
because I
Anyone
mean,
in the chat, did y'all hear him specifically say that 30 days was too soon to be having those conversations?
Well, I did catch him say, like, if a woman is talking about marriage, she's gonna be like, whoa, slow down, like, let's get to know
Right.
each other first. And I'm like, I don't think she's saying she wants to marry you, unless she
Right.
did. I don't know, but I think she's just saying, hey, I just want to get married at some point. That's my
That's her
goal.
goal.
we
Yeah.
had that conversation. She was like, well, is marriage something that you want? And I was like, absolutely.
Mhm.
However, it's going to be on my terms. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Let's
That's
to
not
know
how
each-
relationships work. That's your problem. You called her self-centered, but you're saying that you're going to get married on your terms. So she has to wait until whenever you feel ready to marry her. Hit the road, ladies. If you start seeing these behaviors, sorry to use you as an example tonight, now.
I'm
But if you
confident
start
because-
seeing these behaviors, or maybe not behaviors, but these words, then likely the person doesn't even know if they're ready for a committed relationship.
Let's
That's
talk
what it sounds
about
like to me.
To
It
you,
sounds
because
well.
did I
What
say
I'm
earlier?
telling you, that I'm not that different than the average 28-year-old woman. Can you tell us how old you are, just for the record? Because someone asked and I couldn't get.
Yeah, I saw it in the
How
chat.
old?
I told you I'm 41. So
You're
cool.
41. You still?
Yeah, I'm 40.
Hell no.
So, like I said, women date this way.
Listen, people get it at a different pace, Flora. You just gonna have to accept it.
Ain't no
Like,
getting nothing.
Man.
what? No, she. As soon as you said your age, you could see she reacted. That's why I said what I said. Like, just accept it. People learn at a different fucking phase.
No chaser. I got proposed to when I was 17, and I also got proposed to.
And you sound like her. She got proposed
No,
to.
I'm being honest, because
they
they make it seem like it has something to do with age. That's not really the case, right? Those people clearly weren't the person for me. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? But I'm saying it has nothing to do with age. You're going to find, Ashton, cam up bandit for a second, just so I know it's the real you.
Can
We
y'all
all know it's
acknowledge-
Ashton. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's the real Ashton.
We're talking about time versus levels, and I keep trying to hone in on that because women are concerned about time, right? This way, and men are like levels. Just because I can date you for 2 years, 3 years, doesn't mean you're a wife. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to explain.
I agree with him.
This
They
is
don't
Why
get
y'all
it
up here
though.
bombarding him,
but when
Jalen?
y'all tell women,
They trying.
We're not running naked defense over here. So Ashton, you're gonna be polite and let everyone speak before you open your mouth, or you're gonna go back to the back chat.
Nah,
About
so
30
I know
minutes.
you've
Come
heard-
on, Flora.
Hold on, Ashton, real quick. Hey, by the way,
Go ahead.
I know you've heard some of your male counterparts talk about how women hit a certain wall after a certain age, and they're not as valuable, after 25 or 29 because their eggs are all dried up and shit, and it's scrambled egg. I know you've heard that shit. That's why a lot of women feel like there's a biological clock ticking at all fucking times, and we just need you to hurry the fuck up and make a choice. After 3 years, nigga, where's the ring?
I agree.
I was just enacting what.
No. I know you got the role.
Like, nigga, where's the fucking ring? Where's the ring?
Lots of emotion.
I want a ring. Like, do you want to go ring shopping? Like, oh my god, let's get married. Like, they start making jokes and they try to make it seem like it's not serious to them when it is. Like, at some point make a decision. If she's been with you for 3 years, come on.
Did you hear what I said earlier? 3 years was my number, and I never been in a relationship longer than a year and a half. Because I don't be wasting 6 times. It's like, yo, all right, if this ain't working out, it's not working out, and we keep it moving.
Did you mean to say heckle, no chaser? Because heckle, I don't think that's a thing. But nonetheless, hit the eject button is what Ed Unchained is saying. And if you feel like running now, you can. But I don't think you should. I think we're starting with a good time.
We started because
you ain't got to run, bro.
Bring some balance to it, and Ashton, he gonna hold it down. So I'm good, man.
Ashton needs to work on his shtick a little bit. He's doing better with the impulse control. He still need to work on it a little bit. So we'll give him.
I'm trying to figure out why y'all. I'm trying to figure out why y'all rushing 3 months.
Huh?
But see,
I said 3 years, Blue. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you said 3. But Flora was she was missing my point. Like, and I got what she was saying. Like, she assumed that I was wasting this chick's time, and she was setting these expectations that I couldn't meet, and that wasn't even the dynamics of the relationship. It was just like, okay, wait a minute.
Oh, hold on. She was setting expectations that you couldn't meet. Ladies,
that's what you said.
Hold on. Ladies, never let go of your standards, boundaries, and expectations, because when they can't meet it, they will show you. That'll be a clear sign to run. Run for
You did not hear that, man.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. No, but Lana's correct. After 6 months of them not meeting your standards, you should go. Me, I don't give that much time. We got 90 days, motherfucker. I'm about to start shortening it to 45 days because in this tax season, in this current economy, I'm gonna start shortening it.
Shout out to all the women that got 90-day trials.
What you gonna do with that $1,000, Flora? Nothing.
After that 90-day trial, if you ain't doing nothing, trial over.
Can we acknowledge one other thing?
Right.
Can we acknowledge
cancel a subscription? What did you say?
Can we acknowledge something else quickly?
Yeah. So,
and I've been actually, maybe you can jump in on this because I've been kind of sitting on it. On one hand, you talk about the desire for men to lead in relationships. Yet this entire conversation has been about her standards, her expectations, him meeting what she requires. And
the relationship. So this is where bandits get confused, I think. And I'm not calling you in particular bandit, but I think this is where bandits get confused. There is no relationship yet. You haven't made it to that landing strip yet. You haven't got there.
We were in
right. So there's a precipitation to want to control and take the lead before you've gotten that woman. You still need to secure her. That's the problem. Unless you've secured her already by meeting her standards. He's thinner than I thought. I thought you were big back. I was about to make a fat joke.
I mean, ain't nobody else secure her though. So what's the rush?
No, but usually women are dealing with one man, unless you're a modern woman, right? You just got all the life in you to be stretched thin through a career, through possible getting more education and training, through actually being good in your career, right? You might be getting stretched thin and you'd be okay to deal with multiple people. But I find that most adults aren't capable of entertaining multiple partners. So I truly think if that person can't even meet your standards and your only standard is to just deal with them, right? Because a lot of the time that's the issue. The only standard a lot of people have is to just deal with one person. And a lot of times that'll be too much. Go ahead.
Haven't women always, we've always had multiple suitors. Granted, we're not doing the same things with every suitor, but
Right.
that's usually what happens for us. It's not like, oh, we're going out on dates with all of them and all that. Like, people need to stop worrying about that. Honestly, like the woman is going to meet people she may be attracted to, and it may end up being around the same time that she is getting to know you. Is she wrong for that? No. Is a guy wrong for that? No. However, if y'all get to an exclusive dating phase and they're still entertaining these people, then yes, it's a fucking problem. But until then, have fun. Literally, just have fucking fun.
Yeah, but I almost feel like your age and my age of women, and even the ones before us, we were like kind of forced into saying that. I think if most of us had the choice, we wouldn't want to just be having fun. No, not to not to make fun of you.
I don't mean like having sex and like I just mean
no,
like living your damn life.
But even just a pointless relationship where you're spending time with a man who you don't even know what their goals are, what they want. I think that's just as bad as having, well, not as just as bad, but that's just as harmful to your dating experience as having casual sex, right? Because you're pretty much dealing with someone, you're continuously dealing with them, even though they're showing you either they're not willing to meet any standards you have, or they just don't have any, and they just move willy-nilly in relationships, right? So I do think we kind of have been pigeonholed into having this one type of dynamic where we just constantly have to be waiting for the shoe to drop, waiting to be picked, right? This is where the pick me comes in, because they really give men the choice. I'm not being picked. I'm choosing who I want to deal with. That's what women do. That's the role of a woman. So I think no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And how that's working out for you, Flora?
But now we agreed on that earlier.
I don't
That's
have
something
any.
else we both agreed on. I just talked about that. Like, who got time to waste to be dating a bunch? And some guys might not agree, but I'm not out here chasing cat like that. I was doing that in my 20s. I'm a grown ass man. It's like, all right, look, if I enjoy your company, I want to spend time with you. That's the person I'm dealing with, spending time with. If it doesn't go to somewhere, then it just don't. But I don't want to be dating her, and that shit just, it's a headache, bro. Like, so I can feel what you're saying from that aspect.
Now, can I ask, do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
2. They both grown.
Are they with the same
damn,
woman?
How old are you?
Are they with the same woman?
Nah.
Okay, so why didn't you choose to marry any of those women that you impregnated?
I ain't want to have kids with them motherfuckers, but it is.
So how did it happen? Did they steal your sperm?
Hey, bro, did you tell him you didn't want them? Be real.
You already know how that
left
go.
the condom off.
No, I don't.
know how that go, but I want them to hear it because they don't believe.
Yeah, they don't.
You know they be
what happened?
They be stealing sperm and shit, talking about my body, my choice.
Yeah. Nah, you in the relationship, y'all dating or whatever, and then if
you weren't wearing a condom, huh?
I can't relate.
You were pulling out, thinking God was going to save you.
Come on, man, stop it. No,
if we both adults, and I know you don't want kids, why would I keep the kid? What sense do that make?
Why are you dropping off nut? Yeah, why are you dropping off nut?
With wearing a damn condom, like I don't get it. It's just a thin piece of motherfucking whatever the fuck that you got to put on to protect yourself, and y'all just seem to have a whole ass issue with it.
Right, with the birth control sitting there right in the goddamn bathroom.
So now
can I ask you?
Right there in the bathroom.
Hold on,
right there in the bathroom. I seen it. You know what I'm saying?
Just a quick second.
What she say? I missed the.
Hold on, everybody. Just give me one quick second. I want to ask. Okay, and if you feel like I'm getting too personal, you can tell me to shut up at any time. Now, you said you were dating these women that you had children with. Now, this woman who the 90 days you felt like she was saying too much, did she have any of your kids? Did she have any kids? All right, you can unmute yourselves. Oh God!
Good job not answering, bro.
He answered.
But what does that have to do with?
Shit.
So now you're telling me that a single childless woman needs to wait more than 90 days for you, who already got a bunch of no offense here. You already got 2 kids. 2 failed relationships, because I'm not trying to be mean here, but you should have tried to wipe one of them.
It went failed relationship. If they trapped them,
you don't have to. Hold on, Ashton. Come on. You don't have to do anything. But now, for a marriage-minded woman, don't you think that she maybe was a little confused as to why you want to make her wait all this conspicuous time when she doesn't have any kids of herself? You were older yourself. I don't know how old this woman is, but she has no kids. Why would she want to sit and wait around when you've already had kids? You don't even have the same urgency as her to find somebody. You know what I mean? Do you understand it from that perspective? Or does it sound like I'm just trying to insult you?
The reality is, I add more value to her life than she would have added to mine.
Now, why is that?
Damn.
Now, why
That's what
is
it
that?
is.
No, hold on. Now, why
That's
is
just
that?
what it is. The same way I would add more value to your life than
Jalen.
you would add to mine.
Okay.
But these aren't the
That's a cap.
conversations
That's a
that
So
cap.
women don't pay no damn bills, no way.
Huh?
Women don't
Wait,
pay no
how
damn
do I?
bills, no way.
Wait, I'm seeing lights on. I'm
Damn,
seeing
how
a
the lights
Netflix
on up in here?
subscription.
How am I
There's food in my
using this
fridge.
great internet?
So I don't.
I must got a man somewhere. Where man?
Section A.
Man, hello. Where
I
are
don't
you?
have no.
Are you in that closet,
I would
man?
never qualify. Just with what I get every 2 weeks, I would never qualify for Section 8. So now what? And
I'm talking about in a relationship. I ain't talking about by yourself now.
I think this is the issue where we have moved into an unrealistic time, right? You're still looking and operating from that perspective where women had nothing, so they needed to take on the first bet. You know, not to say you're.
It's not about that. It's not about
but
that.
I'm saying, what incentive? Because you're saying you would add to a woman's life. What incentive does a working woman with no children, no past baggage or whatever, not to say the kids are baggage, but nothing, no baggage, no nothing. What incentive does that lady have to sit around wait for somebody who already got kids and stuff to tell them, oh, I'm ready for you. I'm going to add all this value to your life. Wait for me. Like, what incentive does she have to sit around and wait for that?
I never met a man that said that or thinks that way or speaks that way. So I don't know.
What value are you adding to her life? Because you said you're gonna add value. So, for example, I don't want to use Flora. Say me. Fuck it. Say what value gonna add to my life? What value gonna add to a single woman's life?
Your kid's gonna be tall.
Shut up, Ashton.
Okay, this is a good question. Oh, God, Ashton, would you date a single mother?
Me?
Yeah.
I have.
Just a hell no.
Would you do
it? Because you know what I'm saying? Because I have said no, and because I was young when I had kids, sometimes I think about if I would, you know what I'm saying, want to have more, or if I would date a chick that's already got grown kids as well.
Dad said y'all are lonely as fuck. Is that true?
No, but you didn't answer my question. What value you gonna add to the single woman's life? What's the value?
Jalen, your kid's gonna be on varsity.
Ashton, no, hold on, Ashton. Hold on, Ashton. I see you came here for bandit interference, but let's let Naf answer because he seems to be pretty stoic in the conversation. Tell us what exactly would be your answer to that?
Primarily guidance. If you listen to a lot of women and you look at them, they get protection from themselves, right? Like seriously. You just be like, God damn, okay, you got it. I'm serious.
Baby,
protection from themselves. You'd be like, wow.
We were just talking about this shit earlier. This hero complex, man. Y'all want some Rapunzels. That's what y'all want.
I'm not trying to say nobody.
They played into Disney. Y'all are
I'm not here trying to save nobody, though.
Y'all want some Bambis and shit, just a deer in headlights, just looking at you like.
Name one thing tangible. You literally said guidance. I don't need guidance from a nigga. Like what?
I could attack that argument. I'm not going to though. I'm just going.
Go ahead because I'd love to hear like an actual logical argument that will refute that.
Listen, I'm just here to expose.
Participate
what? In the conversation.
Wait, you said expose? No? Okay. All right. Okay. But hold on, I have a sound effect for that.
Fit, feminine, and fragile.
Oh, fragile. Is that the
that's not friendly but fragile at this point.
Oh. Man, You were too much. I have a feeling you're just yanking our chain because this is crazy. Oh God, that is a shame. Yeah, and it's always the old young ones, right? They're in their 40s, but they look young, and they just go around here playing around with these women, pumping and dumping, right? Is that what you did now?
Who pumping and dumping, yo?
I can't.
Like, what we talking about?
I'm talking about fit, feminine, and fragile is what you want. That's the archetype.
Oh
I don't know
God.
what that means.
You don't know what that means? You want a woman who
Nah.
is fit, feminine, and fragile as hell.
All this projection, yo.
Yes, exactly. Women are the prey, right? Maybe not me because I'm not on the market, but women are definitely the prey, right?
How y'all to pray?
They
Y'all got
fall.
all the standards. Y'all
They
set the rules, right?
Well, you're
You
just
just said you want to save women from
No, go
I
themselves.
said
ahead.
what?
Like, what do you?
What
You
you say?
said, didn't you just say women need saving from themselves? Didn't you just say that?
Yeah.
Man,
Okay,
yes.
then. So what are you confused about? Fit, feminine, and fragile. That's what you want. Like, whether you want to admit it or not.
Do you understand the context of that statement, though?
Give
The
us more
context.
context.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Let him give us more context. What's the context behind women need to be saved from themselves?
So I'm gonna try to be an adult about this because y'all being childish. But like, if you're in a meaningful relationship and right, you're overly emotional about something, or you did, we know women can be petty amongst each other. We've seen it in this space, right? And then if
Okay.
you're dealing with a dude and he's like, all right, look, I think you know, blah, blah, blah. But that's where the guidance and the protection can come in. Like, yo, don't even engage in that. Like, why would you know what I'm saying, resort to that, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's what I was talking about. Like, yo, that's protecting from themselves. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you could convince her not to resort to her,
Hold on, DB. Give this man his edges.
to her, or not. You know what I'm saying? We could just do this.
It's coming.
I'm trying to
Okay.
comments without laughing. I'm sorry. Whew, I got a funny chat. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it is what it is. Like, notice I didn't ask any of y'all about y'all relationship status or if y'all got kids or any of that, because I'm not looking to like personalize or disqualify anything. But that's what women do. Y'all always y'all do this to every man that come on the panel. Wait, hold on. You ever been married? You ever got kids? Like, that's what y'all do. It's like I'm just here to expose. Like,
Have you
all
not
right,
heard your male counterparts
this is
ask
they ain't my
women?
male
You got
counterparts. I don't
kids?
speak for
You ever
them.
had
I
you
don't.
ever had a
Yo, listen. I'm
delusion?
up here
You
as
ever been
Nav, yo.
married?
I'm
Like,
up here as Nav. I'm speaking for me.
and
I'm not
we're up here
speaking
as
on
Jalen
behalf of
and
all.
Flora.
Y'all are speaking for all women and trying
No,
to
I am
make me the
not.
representative of all men. Look, there
No,
go a bandit, right? It's cool.
I
Where's
didn't
the
call you
bandit?
a bandit. No,
Wait, where's the bandit? I didn't spot the
I
bandit.
just, yeah, we need this though. We need this though. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like Flora. She's hilarious to me. I'm glad to see her channel growing. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be an entertaining stream. You probably won't put it on private because it'll be reviewed. You know what I mean?
No,
It is what
listen.
it is.
I'll strike anybody who reviews this video. No, I'm
You
just
know what I'm
kidding.
saying? We need to see who's in the comments, the guys and the girls. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about having honest, serious conversations, and then
Ed said he warned you.
yeah.
He said you should have ran.
Hey, Ed, no, bro. Ed an OG like me, bro. He know. He didn't see me on panels before.
No, but come on. How can you not see that what you're saying is like you're literally walking yourself?
I'm not
as
walking
soon as you
myself
said
down
women need
anywhere,
saving
yo.
from themselves,
Someone
you
wants to
said
know
it
if
was
they asked to hear that. I'm sorry.
like,
Y'all ain't worth
like, I can agree with you that some women are naive and green behind the ears. However,
Oh my God.
I don't think they need saving from themselves.
I can assure you that they do not have the foresight
Okay,
that
can you
most
just
men
give us
do.
another? Because
They
you're talking about
don't
foresight.
have
Can
the
you just give us
foresight, but
another
what would
tangible?
attract you to a woman? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Jalen. Can he give us a tangible item that or thing that you're gonna provide to a woman via enhancing her life when you become part of it?
Nope.
That's
So
it.
this guy you got a wife for
Or you just don't want to answer the question.
you
I
don't want to
want to
answer.
answer the question.
I'm not
Okay,
trying
fair.
to be insulting, but man,
But
you took a page out of KS book tonight.
on a real level, if this woman is
No, I did
naive,
because it's funny, but it's and like I was talking to my homegirl about this a couple nights ago. Like, if people that were celebrating, KS was really trying to present a message, and a lot of people didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? She was like, "Oh, like I hated that dude, blah blah blah." They celebrated his death and all that. I was like, "Yo, he really was like trying to bring people together," and motherfuckers was laughing about this shit, and it was
No,
just like,
sorry, the
"Oh,
guy is joking, though.
I was like, all right." I was like, yo, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? It's funny until it's not funny though. Like
okay,
it is what
so
it
if
is.
men have all this foresight, how are y'all ending up with these children out of wedlock? Y'all should have foresight like a
I was 20
motherfucker.
years
Like,
old.
what is
I was
this?
20 years old. Yo, you gotta understand, like, because women always say that. I was 20 years old, right? Just starting out my career, whatever. Ain't nobody thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? And then if you were in a relationship with somebody and you trust them, you've heard plenty of men talk about that. Like, yeah, yo, we
Most
was
women who
dating,
don't have
we had
foresight are young as hell. So I could use the same excuse.
Right.
but
Like,
you don't have kids because you didn't choose to have kids. You didn't want to have kids. If these women choose
Well,
to have kids, they
no,
want to
I
have
mean,
kids. They have
a
kids.
woman can't just choose, right?
She
Something needs to
absolutely
be
can.
done.
Neither one of y'all
No,
can sit up here and say,
no.
"Oh, I've
You
never
still
had sex
got a
without a
pump,
condom."
right? That's where the term pump comes from, pump and dump, right?
I
Because
definitely can say
there
that.
has to be a pump. You gotta
What
No
you said,
plug,
Jalen?
no love it's never happened without one. I'm sorry. Not happening.
You
I don't want kids.
that's rare, and I respect it.
That is
But
not rare. Really?
for
Oh,
That's
well,
rare?
hold on,
I'm glad.
in a
I hope we
relationship,
subscribe.
If y'all
Um,
both don't want kids, why the fuck? You know what? Whatever. I
you're
can't.
lying.
I'm not in that conversation because that's the most dumbest shit I've ever heard.
You're lying.
Like,
That's
some
why I
y'all don't
think
know
it's
where kids
easier
come
to
from.
have.
It's obvious. Some of y'all never had to talk about the birds and the bees to understand where the fuck
Nah,
kids come from.
you're
If you
not
did,
being
you would
honest.
you would possibly be on some type of form of birth control if you can, as a woman, because a lot of us can't,
Agreed.
depending,
Agreed.
So, but a condom.
Of course.
Come on.
Baseline, right? How do you get pregnant with a condom on?
That's one and the only option. Well, unless you're gonna get snipped or some shit. Like
No, there's birth control for both people. There's birth control for men now. It has a lot of side effects, but so does
that
birth
shit
control
hasn't
for
even
women.
been released yet, Like that. Trust
Yeah,
me,
it
I
has.
said that for years. That shit
No,
came
it's
out in
been
India.
a release. It's been a release. So if you want to still try to figure out things while you're dating people, I would suggest trying the male birth control.
Yeah, I'm just saying 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. Condom equals possibly, not having kids. No condom means no protection. Means you have babies. That's easy. It's easy
That
as
shit be
fuck.
crazy, yo.
Easiest concept in the world. And y'all can't seem to motherfucking figure it out. I
It's
do.
always y'all
Especially
can.
young, the fertility is through the roof. So if you're young and you're having condomless intercourse, then it's even worse, right? Because
Let's dig into this a little bit. So, do y'all actually like
Sure.
look at like sociology and what I'm saying when they talk about birth rates declining across the world, specifically in the US? Do y'all understand that's why like we keep having these conversations to where it's like, or they talk about the incel movement and all of that. This is all a result of that, right?
Okay.
I'm serious.
Keep
And we
taking
can
that
laugh
birth
and joke
control,
about it.
ladies. Hold on.
Huh?
Keep taking the birth control, ladies. Keep making them wear condoms. I don't think that.
Yes,
Yes,
he has 2 kids.
two
But
children, 2 baby mothers. I just want to specify that
the
as well.
birth rate is declining. There are multiple factors because of that. Let's keep that in mind. But I think a lot of people are just scared to have kids considering our economic status right now, which is fair. I don't think more
That's
people should be having kids. If y'all can't fucking afford it, don't have kids. Do everything
I
you
agree.
can. Like, But yet, some of y'all just refuse
Exactly,
to do the
Lana.
right thing.
Can y'all put Ed on a brief
I
timeout
don't
for
think
that
men have
comment?
birth control. That's not experimental.
Because
Okay.
it's not. That's what I'm saying. There is no FDA-approved birth control for men because they would be taking that shit. They'd have been taking it. Like that's just
No,
not.
actually, there is. I don't
That
know
shit's
how.
in India, yo. The last
Really?
time I looked it up, that shit came out. It was developed in India. It has not been released in the States. They're not gonna do that because they know niggas will be taking it. You know what I'm saying? That shit. But it's the side effect is you won't be able to have kids for
But
like
y'all don't even
13
do
years,
vasectomies.
huh?
Y'all don't even do
Wait,
vasectomies
but
at
wait
a
a minute,
high
how
rate.
long?
So why
We
would
keep
y'all do
talking.
birth
Y'all keep
control?
talking about vasectomies. Wait a minute, how long, Jay?
Exactly.
Because I seen a
That's why
video.
you need a tubes
I seen
tied.
a
Like what
video
the
the
fuck?
other day.
Can we keep it to
Yeah.
one at a
I seen.
time? Productive
If a woman
conversation.
is
Go ahead.
dead ass serious about
Hold on,
never
Jalen.
having kids,
Let's give Ashton a chance really quick because he has been
my
quiet.
bad.
Go ahead, Ashton.
I seen a video the other day of Flora saying she was just gonna stop taking the birth control after 3 months without him knowing.
Really,
Women do
Ashton?
it.
Yeah, so I'm
You
trying to figure out like why we
understand.
keep saying
All right, I
birth
thought you were gonna say
control,
something productive.
vasectomy. I am
Yeah.
saying something like why we keep.
Okay.
I'm bringing
Come on,
Taz
Flora,
up.
you gotta stop trying to mute me. Like answer the question: did you do it or not? Did you say it?
Because the band has
Uh-oh.
no impulse control. Taz, you're up on the stage. Can you hear me?
What's good, gang?
Hey,
What is
Taz.
up?
So,
What up with it?
But nah, if you're dead ass about never having kids in your life, like some men love to be gung ho about saying, get the fucking vasectomy.
I
Just
agree.
like the women who freeze their eggs, just like the women who get hysterectomies when they're able to at a certain age, because some doctors won't do it. You gonna commit, but y'all
But
don't.
why wouldn't
Was
a
there
man
something
want
you wanted
kids?
to add, Taz? Because I noticed you jumped up after you heard, part of what we were discussing. Was there something you wanted to add?
Well, yeah, I wanted to know who would want not what man does not want to have kids.
Taz, you should be hearing some of these men talk about fuck them kids, fuck them little badass kids. I don't want no goddamn kids. She should have never had the kids. She should have just deleted.
Well,
They
see,
say it all the damn time.
well, no, a lot of that is about your kids, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like her kids, not your kids. You know what I'm saying? Like not
Yeah.
like
But
like her
they
Yeah.
kids.
still fucked her.
Yeah.
They
You know
still
what I'm saying?
fucked her. It's a problem.
But it's not a man saying that like all children would be that. He's saying he don't want her kids to, be labeled his kids or whatever when they saying that shit.
Short ass kids.
Ashton,
Wait, all
But
right.
I'm asking
don't
what
do it,
man
Ashton.
don't want kids of his own. I mean, like, because it's two men up here. That's more so what I want to know. Like, do y'all want kids of y'all own though at some point?
He already has kids.
I mean, but Tan, like, can we be real? Like a
Who got
lot of these.
kids? Ashton
Can we
got
be
kids?
real, Tan? Like a lot of
I
these
wish
women.
Ashton don't have. I hope he don't.
Ashton,
Ashton, you
Flo, why
got
you keep
kids?
wait?
Please,
Flo, why you keep
because I
muting me?
need you to wait until someone's not talking. Because some people have a little bit of interference. So you're talking while someone else is talking. Just give it a quick second before you try to answer, so I can give you the floor. Jayla, we're gonna finish a sentence, and then we can go to Ashton.
No, I was just saying. I hope he don't have kids. Please, Lord God.
No, I think Ashton
You
said
cut
he
me
has
off.
kids. But Nap said he has 2 children with 2 different women. So that's kind of what
Oh wait,
yeah.
that's DJ Naff. That's who that
Yes,
is.
Yeah,
sir.
he's
Yes, sir.
rebranding. So yeah.
I don't know if I ever talked to you before. Have I
Nah,
ever
but
talked to you before?
I've
I know
been on
you've been
Knowledge
around.
Channel years
You've been
ago.
around
Yeah.
for a minute though, right?
Yeah.
All
We ain't
right.
never chopped it up though.
Yeah, no
What's up,
doubt.
bro?
Yeah, no doubt. Nice to meet you though, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know we ain't never
Likewise.
had no, we ain't never had no issues.
Nah.
I
You know,
definitely
I
see
talk
you
my
around.
shit though.
Yeah, like I say, it ain't
Yeah,
because it ain't never me though. You know what I'm saying? That the one
Nah,
of the most
nah.
targeted people on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Nah.
remember you saying shit about me, bro.
Yeah, I ain't never had no problem with you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's
for
very
sure.
few people that I have problems with in this space. You know what I mean? But now I do have kids. What I said, what you may have heard was I didn't want to have kids at that time because it wasn't on my terms. You know what I'm saying? I came from I was going into the service to get married and have kids, but that's not how it happened. You know what I'm saying? At 20 something years
Oh, you
old,
saying you
it's
wasn't
like
ready?
I wasn't ready. Okay, that's
Okay.
probably a better
Yeah.
word to say
Okay.
it.
I
And it's
got you.
just
Nah,
it is what it is. So I'm
I would
like,
say
okay, you
none of
feel
us
some
are
type of
though.
way.
Not when you get down to it. I don't think any of us are ever ready, because I would be lying if I said I was ready or either of my baby moms was ready, but we had to get ready. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that's a knock on anybody to say they wasn't ready, just long as you get the motherfucking job done though.
Yeah.
Right.
But I've been attacked for that shit for years.
How
For
can
not
you be
staying with
ready
the
if she
women.
telling you she taking birth control and she not? That's
But
my
that's
whole
not the
thing.
case usually. Actually, you're
How do
bringing
you
in a
know
whole
that,
other
Flora?
dynamic. Because you're
What's
bringing in
that?
a dynamic where somebody is being dishonest and
So
lying about.
you don't think women are dishonest, Flora?
I'm sure there are dishonest women and men, but the conversation
Uh-huh.
lies with who or people in general, right? Who are not intentional, but they're trying to date and be around people who are intentional. I think that's kind of what bothered me about what he's saying, right? Because at first he was, he started off by saying, after 30 days, if she's talking about a relationship, then she's doing too much. Right. And
What the
that when
fuck
I
that
hear
got to
that,
do with what the fuck that got to do with
hold on.
filling
Actually, that's what we were talking about before you started jumping in and twerking.
30 days is too soon to ask about a relationship?
Hell yeah.
Again, I never said that.
Well, he
Flora
said
keep
marriage.
running with this narrative. Like,
no, I ain't. Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm trying to see where y'all at with that. Now, marriage
asked the
after
question.
30 days, that's like wow. But like, yeah.
Thank you, Taz.
I don't think,
walk down
but I think the way, but hold on, Taz, because I think the way she was describing it from what he said is that she was saying that's her intention, and he felt like her bringing that up was too much, if I'm not mistaken.
Her intention is marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I see. I understand that, but like, do you know that person in 30 days?
Exactly. We don't even know each other. Why are we talking about marriage?
You don't have to know them, but just because a woman says her intentions is to get married doesn't mean she's doing too much like that. She's just trying to state what she wants in the long term. Because I don't think you could know in 30 days if that person who's telling you they want to be with you and they're looking for marriage is going to be the right person. I'm not saying that, but I do think that at some point, and definitely early on, you have to be in some consensus in terms of the relationship.
Is this a fast moving?
State your credit score.
Hold on, Ashton. What'd you say, Taz?
Because if we're talking about like a fast moving relationship, you know what I'm saying, I can understand that. But if this is just your slow, conventional, taking somebody out, blah, 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 30 days is pretty quick to even say the word marriage.
Okay, so I can see what you're saying, but in the scenario he mentioned, out of 30 days, or 90 days, he said that they were seeing each other almost every other day. So now my point for that was you're giving that woman too much time to then tell her, oh, well, we shouldn't be talking about marriage too soon, right? Not to say that she's talking about marrying him, but the topic of marriage in general. I still think if you're gonna give,
well, yeah,
I just think if you're gonna give.
Yeah, I can see the topic coming up just as a topic,
but right?
But Taz, just cause y'all stay down the street, you gotta bring it up. Shit.
What are you talking about?
Y'all see each other every day.
He was like you're saying that it was okay to pressure the man for marriage.
No, not at all. Right? I understand the realities of how weird it would be if the woman's like, "All right, I hope you're preparing for my ring." Like that's weird. But I do think that early on, maybe not within the first 15 days or anything like that, but early on, I think it's important to come to consensus of what you guys' goals in dating is. You don't have to ask that person if they want to marry you after 30 days. I think that's crazy. But I do think that person can't even tell you that's what they are looking for in the long term.
So do you think there's a window? Because I think maybe there's a window for that. So like if you ain't stated your intentions in the first couple of weeks, I don't know if you could state it after the first month. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's like once a month then passed, then you ain't said that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you sound like your intentions might have changed or some shit. Like, I don't know. I just think if you're gonna be upfront with that, being upfront with it is like literally in the beginning. So I know whether or not to even take you out the first or second time. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And he was saying earlier, I don't know if he still feels this way, but he was saying that, that women are too dismissive, or not too dismissive, but it's like, how do you just make that decision that because they're not willing to talk about that or entertain that idea of a long-term thing, that like you should just get rid of them. And my thing was, if someone lays it out for you, and I think Jalen used those words, somebody lays it out for you up front that their long-term goal is marriage, and you don't see that, then they should walk away from you, I think, especially if you're saying it that early, that's not what you're looking for. So I think
Hey,
that's
Ted, you see how silent Jalen got?
Jalen's not up here anymore.
You gone.
I know she took the fuck off.
What is your point?
Taz, I'm glad you're here because she changing a lot of this stuff now. And
yeah, changing that.
This is
Jalen done
exactly
took the fuck off.
Now. So
we on your ass now, Flora.
Hey, Taz, who's supposed to lead relationships? From your opinion, your perspective.
Well, again, especially early on as you start, the man is supposed to kind of take the front and center stage.
Okay, can we stop right there? Right, because that was my whole premise. Like, okay, I'm trying to get to know you. I'm willing to put the time in, spend the money, the resources to get to know you. Right, I'm not setting no expectations and none of that. But she come out the gate with the expectations, and Flora and Jalen, they double down on that. Like, look, if you're not meeting this, you're not meeting that, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you need to get the fuck on. Then who's leading the relationship? You are. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think we kind of agree that, all right, obviously we're not in the same space, because I'm coming in the situation as if I'm leading. Okay, I want to get to know you. I'm interested in you. You know what I'm saying? Your girl, she kind of like set us up. Let's see what it is. I'm taking her on trips. We doing this, we doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm leading that situation. Whatever she got going on in her mind and all the stuff she's saying, I take it into consideration, but I'm not moving according to what she's telling me I should be doing or what she expect me to do, if that makes sense. Now, if that make me an asshole or whatever it is, but that was the situation. That was the premise of our relationship. And all right, if I didn't make the cut, I didn't make the cut. But I'm looking at it like, yo, you didn't allow me to lead, right? Because you had your own agenda. You had your own goals. And then when you listen to Flo and Jay, that's how they coming into these situations with these dudes. They coming in with their own goals and agendas, but then they be the same ones talking about they want a man that can lead. But y'all don't want to follow nobody. Y'all don't want to slow down. Take your time. Let's get to know each other.
I'm not being led into marriage after 30 days. I just want to clarify.
They ain't got no structure.
Yeah, but they don't want no structure. They just want to beat a nigga up and say, oh, he was a bandit. He just wanted sex. He just wanted this. He just wanted that. And everybody ain't out here on that. It's like, God damn, shorty, you tripping.
You can't lead no woman that didn't have no daddy.
But didn't you? I had a thought there, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't
but
say
I don't know. But you keep bringing that up in this conversation, and when women have these conversations, as if something we say that would be assumed. I've heard people who have two coherent parents in their entire life, and they feel the same way I do. So it really doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to
have
do
a
with
mental jacket on.
It has something to do with if that person dealt with their issues, if they healed. You know, that doesn't have anything to do with what parent did what. I do think if you don't have a specific parent, you're susceptible to have those issues, but no.
A specific parent, it's only one parent not in the household. Stop the word salad.
Actually, you sound ridiculous. But yeah, so and y'all being the reason why women be 10-year girlfriends still hoping they're gonna get married. You can't even lead it to a bone. DV. You know, I'm not even gonna go that
it's terrible. And I did say that I don't support that, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about wasting no chick's time for years and y'all get married. But that's crazy.
No, but that has okay. So when I prefaced this discussion, I literally said that sometimes people are going to be moving off of the bad experiences they had, and I can't necessarily blame women for being less, spending less time, allowing less time for a man to play around with them. When there are women who have been 10-year girlfriends, never got a ring. Imagine passing away without a ring and you were a girlfriend your whole life. Like
That's
imagine
because
that.
you didn't level up. That's, like I said before, women date horizontally, men date vertically. You know what I'm saying? You got the jump offs, you got the chick that you kicking with, you got the side pieces, you got wifey levels. Everybody don't make it to wifey level. Like that's the reality of the situation. But
So how do you feel then about the men who go out of their way to say, "Oh, I don't believe in marriage," or "Why do we need to get married if we're going to be doing the same things we would be doing if we were married?"
He telling you a jump off.
You
Go
don't have
ahead.
an answer for that? Hold on, you had an answer for
He telling you
everything. You don't have an answer for that?
he telling you a jump off, Flora. It ain't that hard. It ain't rocket science.
I mean, I
he's
don't
asking me.
disagree with you, right? If they're saying that to you, I do think that they don't respect you, especially if they know that's what you want, right? You're not necessarily wrong, Ashton. I'm not gonna lie. If a man knows you want to get married and they're telling you they don't want marriage or they don't care for it or whatever, yeah, they don't really respect or care about what you need to be in a relationship. That sounds like a one-sided relationship that you should discard.
You don't think half your chat been told that?
Half my chat, there's a bunch of dudes in my chat, so half of y'all been rejected. Is that what's going on here?
Probably.
Half and half, male and female.
Well, actually, I have more males in my chat than anything. So,
Jesus.
is it majority men that are sad? Is that what's going on?
No, the
Probably
majority of the
50.
men telling that.
So, okay, Taz, can I ask you then, since you're the only person
What up?
do you think that a man keeping a woman as a girlfriend or a partner keeping a partner as a girlfriend when they know what that person really wants in the end, do you think they're purposefully harming them?
Purposely? Because see, I think there has to be like the reality part of it, and that's that not everybody really cares about marriage. Like, you know what I'm saying? I do think even on the women's side that they don't care enough to make a demand about it. And so, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, you know, we 2-3 years in when that conversation happens, I don't think it's gonna be viewed the same way. You know what I'm saying? Again, like, because if we're talking about the woman who wants to be married and she said that a couple weeks in, and you know what I'm saying, we 2 or 3 years down the line, why would, you know, the motherfucker marry her now after she's already acquiesced to the lifestyle of not being married? So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I do think some of it is just like that couple. I'm saying again, if she wants to be married and he's trying to be her husband or whatever, like there shouldn't really be no issues. I think the issues come in when people try to force shit. Like not
Right.
everybody wants to be married, and so if you don't want to be married, you don't have to be. But that I don't think that means you don't have a strong union. You know what I'm saying? I don't want marriage to go down as the only way you can have a strong union. That's not true.
Right. And I don't necessarily agree that you have to be married because there are people who are married and those spouses are putting them through the ringer, right? We all know the reality of that. But I do think that there has
Yeah, my
been
wife been putting me through the ringer. That shit be crazy.
I do think don't you think there's a devaluation of being married though? Don't you think that some people like purposefully are making it seem like too exclusive for the average person or we just all don't deserve it?
No, but I do get what you're saying. Though I do think some people like fake weaponize it, like I'm married type shit. But it's kind of like the natural hair thing and some of the other things you were saying online. If you feel like you can one up somebody with something, you will. I hear an echo.
True. That's true.
Yeah, that's Flora.
What'd you say?
That
Taz,
echo.
why you being soft with her, Taz?
You got an echo. You said being soft. I ain't being
Oh,
soft, but
Yeah,
I'm just telling her the
no, I'm
truth.
saying like why you lead her down the soft road? Like why you want to tell her the truth? Some of these
I,
motherfuckers don't deserve marriage.
But see
Like
that. But
let's
see
be
that's
real.
that's the thing though. I would say this, bro. Because again, I just think some motherfuckers can put up with women that you might think don't deserve to be married. It's another motherfucker that'll put up with that motherfucker, bruh. It just ain't me.
Yeah, I
You know
know.
what I'm saying?
But Tad, I know. But that's
Right.
what I'm
So you
saying.
just
Like
gotta find your person pretty
it
much.
getting on your nerves though, Flora. Like that's the whole thing. Like a nigga probably can take it, but a nigga probably kill you at the end of y'all lifetime too. So shit, why take that chance or why not change instead of just thinking, oh, you just gonna keep running over motherfuckers or the right person may come. Like why
Hey,
waste that
hold
time?
on.
Why waste 40 years?
Wait, what are we
Can I
changing
ask?
into?
What's that, Taz?
You said change. Change into
Yeah,
what?
why not change your behavior or you know what I'm saying, like the negative shit that you do. Like I get what you saying, Ted. Like it's a motherfucker that will put up with it, but at the end of the day, that motherfucker probably may put you 6 feet deep too. Can't handle that bullshit. Like why not just change yourself? Or you get what I'm saying?
But see, and I do think that's. I mean, because I don't think you're wrong in saying that a person that would need to make some changes would need to make them. I ain't saying people don't need changes, but if we talking about a person just coming as they are, meeting somebody, dating in the whole nine times out of 10, that person that they put forward is the best foot that they have if they're trying to be in that relationship. So you know what I'm saying? If it don't work from there, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers don't need to get married. If the boyfriend shit don't work, boyfriend girlfriend shit don't work. I just think some people try to force their way into relationships and shit, and it don't. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't work. Like like having babies and shit, and try to force somebody to be with you and shit like that. Shit don't work.
Right.
So Nav, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Cause
sir.
you trying to answer it, Flora kept cutting you off. So did you say like they basically you didn't want the kid and they basically like tricked you and said like, oh I miscounted my pills or I forgot to take one or two.
I
Like let's
mean,
be
that's just how
real,
that.
bro.
That's just. I mean, but this ain't about me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
know it
ain't
ain't about you, but
up here
a
to
lot of
be
people don't hear these
talking about my
stories.
situation.
I
There's
know,
plenty of
but
these
I'm just
stories out
saying.
here without mine. You know what I'm saying?
But
But
people
that's
don't
that's the
believe them
gist of it.
stories though.
That's
But
the
now
gist of
this
it,
is the
though. Like
thing though. But now
that's
this is the
that's the
thing. You
gist
got to
of it,
start
though. You know
somewhere.
what I'm
You got
saying? And it ain't gonna start with me. But check this out. Flo, when you was
you
talking
done start.
about
You done said everything else.
weaponizing, when you was talking about weaponizing marriage, was you talking about men, or was you talking about society, or? And it's the reason I'm
Well,
asking that.
well, that was Taz who mentioned that
Oh,
particular
Taz did say
part.
that. Okay, right.
Yeah, I think what he was meaning was like when people are trying to use it as like a one up, where they'll be like, "Oh, I'm married. I got a husband, or I
Yeah,
got a wife."
and it made me think because, like, and I don't know if you experienced it, being what they called it, the young professionals, the young single professionals. You know what I'm saying? Even though me being in my 40s, I work with a lot of cats, in their 40s or 50s or whatever. And most environments I've been in, people be married, but they look at you, you single, and then especially if you're making decent money or whatever, like there's a certain level of envy. And then I have single female friends that experience the same thing. Or when you ain't got no kids, and then they expect certain things of you, from a professional aspect, because you don't have no kids, you ain't got no husband, and then they think you should be doing more or whatever. They don't value your time. So I wasn't sure if that could be a part, in regards to marriage and children, you know what I'm saying, and the effects. Like there's just so many different ways to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some potential conversations to have later on down the
But no,
line.
that's facts because I think it can be weaponized on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't think it's just one sided. The weaponizing of it is weaponized by people that's married, and it's also
Mm-hmm.
weaponized by people that's single. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think right now what we see is more single people use it as a weapon to say, kind of fuck marriage and it don't mean shit and you ain't getting nothing out of it and blah blah blah. And I don't really think that it's just to shit on married people. I think it's kind of like to just dodge the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think most people even care about somebody else's marriage per se.
Fair enough.
I agree. I mean, I definitely think to an extent, some people will tout advice for getting married, and I just hear them, and I'm like, why would I listen to you? Like, I would probably really have to hear that you have a successful marriage and life for me to even take anything you say serious. So I will say sometimes maybe if you don't even have a successful marriage, I sometimes wonder why that person is even invested in talking or giving people advice, right? Unless they're a professional.
Right.
I wanted
Well,
to
you
get
want to be
into
married?
that's not the topic of conversation.
See, here we go with the bullshit.
And she been trying to give you advice all damn night, ain't it?
I haven't
Right.
been trying to give nobody advice. I was just
Bullshit. You done
I
told me to
told
wear a
she
condom and all types of other
she
shit.
been
Taz is
backpedaling
good
like a
advice.
motherfucker since
Hold on,
Taz got
Taz.
up here.
It's not. Hold on, Taz. Is wearing a condom, is that not good advice?
I
Nope.
mean, I would definitely say it's good advice, but
How you
then
telling
again,
me
but I'm a 46-year-old man who would be giving
exactly?
advice to, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you a young man that's trying to have kids and shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I will say be responsible, but you know what I'm saying, and all of that shit, but I can't say it's a bad thing to not have sex with condoms. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do, you know, I think people should have kids, you know what I'm saying? So I just
Okay.
don't think you should
Taz,
be
you
running
know
up
when to
to
pull
randoms
out.
with raw dog,
He
though.
already has
Taz,
two, and
you
he's
know when to
not
pull out.
young.
Stop the cap.
Hold on, Ashton. So how?
Why are you using that? You see, so let's talk about how they be weaponizing the kids. You're gonna be like, you have kids? I tell you, yeah, they grown as fuck. And they like, well, you should have wore a condom then. If you're like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I can't go back 20
You
years.
gotta
You
come
know what
up
I'm
so I
saying?
know. Right, you gotta come up for a quick second, and then I'll let you on the panel. But
Just say you
I
hate
don't
black
know,
men,
like
bro. Just say
grown
you
or
hate black
not,
men.
I don't hate black.
Like, let's just get to
Spider,
the
you
point.
gotta cam up for a second. I'll see the ashy palms, so you're gonna have to like bring it up to your face so I can see if that's really you. But no, I mean, I definitely think this is hard because I'm not married or anything, but I just feel like if you're
No
a
shit.
person, but if you're a person who you got kids and stuff, don't you think it would make more sense for you to seek somebody out who's in your similar situation?
No. He
No.
want bitches with no kids.
Ashton, I'm about to boot you. I didn't ask you that.
The answer is easy. Everybody know it.
Nobody's
Goddamn.
gonna allow you to impregnate them. I'm asking people who actually have a chance of getting somebody pregnant. So please,
Flora, ain't
I mean,
nobody impregnated you.
Mm.
I could trying. Now I'm
Typically,
about to
I
need.
would say this. So
Ooh.
typically the man don't have custody of the children though, and so I think that puts him in a different situation than the woman would be.
Okay. Okay. Now,
Not
what about if the
favorably.
woman doesn't have custody now?
Say it again.
Now, what if the woman is like him, right? She got a bunch of older sons, and
She got some
now they're
older sons, you better leave her alone. You niggas whoop your motherfucking ass.
right. Which, but I've also heard I won't be the one who got sons. She's gonna put that kid before me. So it's just like, why would you, as somebody with kids, not want to be with somebody else who has children? You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? I don't know.
No,
I
that's
just
how
feel
women
like
think. I want to
I'm just
go do
saying.
what I want to do. Like, hey, what you doing, this weekend? You know what I'm saying? We going here. I want to, well, hold on. Let me see if I get my mother to, I ain't got time for all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Fighter,
I
is
done
that
done the
you, sir?
weekend thing.
Oh,
Like,
wrong. This is too small. Hold on, Fighter. Is that you?
that's what she
You
said.
keep you keep camming up your thumbs, but I don't know. Is that you, Fighter? Okay, all right, sounds good. You don't have to stay on camera, but you can if you'd like. Add to the value of the show. So what are your thoughts so far on what you've heard? I'm sure you just came in and started twerking, but anything?
My bad, you was talking to me.
Oh, I was trying to see if you guys hear Fighter or it was silent for everyone.
Yeah, I ain't
I
hear
didn't hear
nothing.
anything.
Oh, okay. Well, whenever you get a chance, Fighter, if your audio gets together, just want to add something. But I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I don't. That's where probably me being childless comes in, right. I just feel like if a man has children, he should deal with people who have kids, right? Because now you're not asking that person to
Yeah, I
complicate
don't
any.
cause I don't think you wrong for that logic, but I just do think it's different when he doesn't have the full-time job of being a parent. Just as having done it, it is a very different lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And so I would only assume that, the woman is having that type of lifestyle when she has a kid and whatnot. And this is why single men with no children say don't date single mothers. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
just don't. It sounds fucked up when a man says don't date single mothers, but it should sound equally as fucked up when you're saying, I'm not dating a man with kids. And I just don't think there's nothing wrong with it personally. But I've heard it used as a weapon. I've heard it weaponized as an argument.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, I'm not necessarily. I think the issue I have with the way men say it is, oh, I don't want to date a single mother or whatever. Like, I think that's more of the issue for me when I hear men say, because it sounds like they're devaluing women who have kids. But I don't
But
think
what
it's
are you
wrong.
saying that's different though, Flora?
What I'm saying is, I want to create a new family individual, like with a person. I don't want to
Yeah, that's what them
join.
niggas say. Try again.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Like
Try
they
again.
completely ignore that. Do you understand that though, Flora? Like, all right, when you ask me that one,
All right, you
if
don't have to start twerking. You don't have to start twerking. That was
I'm
one
not twerking,
point.
I'm asking a question. Like, do you
What I'm
understand that though?
saying
Like,
is,
so
I still don't think it's the same, because I'm not necessarily saying he's not a bad. I'm not necessarily saying he's a bad option. A lot of times when these men speak about single mothers, they're saying don't date single mothers at all. Like, they're saying that to all men. When
No,
I
there's
really think,
no, Flora. The underlying
nah.
theme is a man needs to start his own family. That's another man's seed. You need to plant your seeds with a woman that does not have children. That is their
Right.
underlying argument.
Well, that's one aspect. But so use me as an example, like she was talking about. Taz, you're in your 40s. I'm in my early 40s. And Flora asked me a good question. And I had to think about it. She was like, well, would you date a woman with kids? And I was like, okay, I have. And then even now, my kids are grown. Now, would I date another woman in her late 30s, 40s? Maybe she got older kids. Yes. Am I out here trying to date a chick and she got a 5, 6 year old? Absolutely not.
Right. Yeah.
but that's
Absolutely.
the
You know
same
what I'm
reason
saying?
why I wouldn't want to date someone with kids.
Yeah.
You,
Adults
you,
would
you
Listen,
can
you're
hear me
missing
now?
my
there's
opinion.
context, love. There's context, love. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't date a dude if he's in his 40s, he got grown kids. He wants to have kids with you though, right? Because you're still in your 20s. You know what I'm saying? He can have a family with you that maybe he didn't have when he was in his 20s or his 30s. You know what I'm saying? But he got grown kids. But
Yeah,
he
but
can
he
have
could
that
do
with
that with
you.
a woman who's in their 30s. Like, they could still have a kid and unify their family.
Okay.
But I'm saying, I think maybe this is the sad part, right? Maybe that's the one place I'll have to concede my argument. I don't think that you should have to start a new family with somebody who already has kids, right? Because blended families are difficult, right? Now you have to accept the dynamics of that woman. You have to see if she's even willing to let you be a part of the family, and you will have to have a parental role with their
What?
children at some point.
Huh? Right, yeah, this shit
Maybe
going
I don't know
south.
what the hell I'm talking about. Y'all can
Yeah.
jump in. I'm just
Nah.
Okay,
saying,
no. All right. So I want to
hold on, one
ask
at
you
a
a
time.
question.
Fighter, you can go since you haven't talked yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Something's wrong with my microphone. But now, so let's say if a man is in his early 40s, right? At what age do you find it appropriate for him to deal with a woman that's not maybe as experienced, maybe not ever been married? What's the appropriate age? What's the age gap?
So like I mentioned before, prior, when people bring up these age gap conversations.
27, nigga.
Okay.
Mm.
So
Let's
27.
just get
I
to
was
it,
gonna
nigga.
I was gonna say not more than 10 years, because I think anything more than 10 years is just you're so different from each other, likely that it
Mhm.
doesn't really make sense.
Okay, so at what age does a woman become how can I say this?
35.
Adult enough, grown enough to have her own discretion to say, hey, this
35.
is what I want for my life.
35? Is that what you said?
I
35.
got a daughter, fam, and I'm just watching her and her progression. Like, no, bruh. Like,
Taz, Taz, that's not a fair argument, Taz,
I
because that's
feel like
your
I
daughter.
feel like I'm gonna still have to be hands on 5 years from now, bro.
Taz, but you're being biased. Taz, you're being biased because that's your daughter, though. So that's not even a fair
No, I'm
argument.
not. No, I'm not. I'm not being biased. I'm just being honest with you, bruh. Like, if I can look at my daughter and see that she's not ready to be anybody's wife, and she knows it, I can look at her and say, okay, that's the example of the young women that's saying fuck marriage, fuck kids. She don't want kids, but she's told me that outright. So some of the stuff that I'm hearing is coming from her, and it's not a bias. These are things she told me.
Damn.
See, and
Yeah,
that's
we all had to take a moment of silence for that one. God damn.
right.
Yeah, that shit hurt, bro. That was like 2 years
Yeah,
ago
that's
on
some real
a
shit, yo.
fam on a live stream, bro. I'm just chopping it up with her, bro. She like, yeah, I don't think I would ever want kids though, Dad. I'm like, damn, like for real, like whoa,
But this goes to the society shit I was talking about. Like, you can't
like
blame some of these motherfuckers.
like
man.
damn, your brother already said that shit. Now I'm just fuck. I just ain't gonna have no grandkids, huh? Like damn. But you know what I'm saying? The flip side of that is okay, they're being responsible though, dog. Do I want 9 grandkids between the two of them by the time they 30? Nah. So they being responsible, fam. You know what I'm saying? I can, you know what I'm saying? If they don't want them, I don't want them for them. You know what I'm saying? I can stand on that, fam. My wants and desires don't trump theirs.
Okay. I hear you.
It's a fair point. I definitely think a lot of the times some people don't listen to people when the people around them are telling them that they're not ready though. Sometimes they'll be like, well, damn it, they just don't
Right?
want me
Because
to
see,
be.
she might, but Flora, she might get to 31 and then find a man and marry that motherfucker, and then what? You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, right now, I just don't see it. And that doesn't mean it won't happen. And if it happens, that, you know what I'm saying, that's all good. She just thought she wasn't going to get married, but still did. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think there should be a rush for it. If it ain't there, it ain't there. If it comes, it comes. But I don't
Yeah.
think you should be waiting and stopping and looking around and complaining over it.
I agree with that. I definitely don't think if it doesn't come for you, it doesn't come. That's why when I see people forcing relationships or forcing circumstances where whatever person they're with has kind of made it clear they're not going to meet whatever it is that that person's looking for. That's what I don't get why people aren't more willing to just let it go. Because, okay, let's say you let it go and then suddenly they decide, okay, damn, this person actually does need to get married. But now you kind of pressured them into it by even saying that. So if you take them back, now you have to wonder if they were ever going to propose to you if you didn't leave them because they didn't. So I don't know. I feel like you just can't win really when it comes to setting your own standards. Like, I don't know.
Ma'am, you was beating me up early over this.
I did. I still feel similar to what I said because even though we've identified that it's a little red pillish for me to not want to marry somebody with kids, I still feel that way, you know, and I'm
You
more
red
willing.
pill, dog. I
What'd
can't
you
say
say?
that. You a whole bandit, Flora.
No.
That's crazy.
Yo, that shit crazy, man. Red pill is nothing but the truth. That's it, man. Y'all
I'm
telling
not a
me all
bandit.
types of
If
other
I was
shit.
a bandit, I would have already had a bunch of kids or whatever. So I don't know. I don't think I'm a bandit, but I think I am less open
So
to
look, so this what
You
my question would be
selfish.
though, just
hold
like to
on.
that point. So even if he does not have full-time custody, he's not raising them, he just, you know what I'm saying, have to do the weekend thing or whatever every other weekend. You saying that would interfere with you?
Yeah.
Now, now, Flora. Now,
What
Flora.
am I gonna do on the weekends when you got them little raggedy ass?
See? She's selfish. Flora is the narcissist. Let's get back to the topic at hand.
Oh,
Flora is the
come
narcissist.
on.
We
I
done
was
brought it full circle.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
heard Flora say. I heard Flora say she's not a bandit, but how many one night stands does it take to be a bandita? How many?
One.
One.
Yep.
What?
I agree.
One.
One.
Woo!
Yes,
Now,
sir.
you need
Yes,
like 2
sir.
seconds. You need 2 seconds for that stupid ass question. Listen, I just think bandita is a more of a mindset, right? Are you consistently wasting your time with men that you're just sleeping with the first day, right? Is that what you're consistently doing? Is your behavior that of a bandita? Then you're a bandita, right? Consistent behavior. It's not just something you did one night. You guys keep trying to pinpoint, but if we held men to that same standard, you guys would be literal whores. Like
It's a bunch of banditas in the chat,
They
yo.
call us, man.
Hold up.
We can't hold men to that same standard because we're different. We know that, and we have different roles when it comes to family and relationships and society. We know that.
So do you believe your role as a man includes you doing whatever you want in a relationship?
No, because that would be we could call that a responsibility, right? So you just right, you're acting like a little kid. No, you have to move accordingly, right? To a certain code, you have to stand on something so everything could operate correctly. Yeah, we can't just. This is not for play. This is serious here. This is why I still don't have children, because I take bringing a new life into this world extremely serious.
Why are you lying? Didn't you say you?
I have no, Flora. I have no children yet because I take it extremely serious. That's not something to joke with, you know. So that's the main reason why
I should do a poll. Do y'all believe Fighter has no kids?
I have no children. I have no kids, man. No woman has taken me to Maury or court to prove that I impregnated her. It hasn't happened yet. So no. Okay. So I mean, I don't know, Flora. I just think you should kind of change up your vocabulary. I don't think you should be able to call men bandits, right? If you're accused of, or you even purported yourself that you maneuvered in a certain way, right? So I think you should be very cautious with the vocabulary you use. And I don't want to come to you.
Can you clarify further?
Amen.
What you're alluding to?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, go ahead.
Don't do it.
You know what I'm
saying? What you need to say.
Hey, play the video that you about to play right now. What's this? Let's see what experts say.
No, I want to hear, because it's so weird that you guys get to speculate on people's personal lives.
You speculated on me for like the whole
first beginning of the show. Exactly. No, here's one thing I'll say. You walked yourself into your stupid ass.
I didn't walk nothing. I don't have anything to hide.
I was just forced you to say what you said.
You projected a lot of stuff. You're like, oh, so what you saying is you was going crazy. I was like, yo, nobody said that.
You see all those hand movements.
Taz had to come up here. Shout out to Taz, because I'm an OG in the space too. He was like, wait a minute, hold on. She's going crazy on my bro. Let me try to bring this back a little bit. Settle down, and we found some middle ground. But she was violent. But I digress.
So having standards now means that I'm doing too much.
You keep saying that, yo.
Because you guys keep trying to bring it back to this. Well, Taz made a really good point, right? How is it fair for me to not want to date somebody with adult children? But I think it goes back to the principle, right? If I would like to start a brand new family with a man who I know there's no other dynamics included, right? Like a baby mother or some badass kids, whatever, right? Not to say all these men's kids are bad. Damn, I don't think it's unfair for me.
Like the kids, just bad every time. Every time you speak on them, they just badass kids. Like there are wonderful, amazing times with kids. Like, God damn.
But that's how I see all children right now, because I don't have any. Right?
Bro, I told her my kids was grown. My son taller than me. She pictured these little ass badass kids though. When I said I got kids, I like they grown. Like
even worse.
Didn't matter.
Now there's a big ass kid with me because I took the daddy from the little to deal with
Like,
that
I
competition.
smile when I see kids, man. Y'all
Yeah.
niggas looking at the kids like, damn, they bad as. I would never have one of them little bad
Nah.
motherfuckers.
No. Yo, kids are wonderful, man. Kids are great.
Hell
Kids
no,
are
these
great.
kids is bad in the motherfucker. I agree with Venus
Kids
on
are
that, man.
great.
We don't
Nah,
agree on
kids are
much.
great.
They bad as hell. Oh my god.
Kids are so innocent, man. You know,
Yeah, the
it's
little
beautiful.
ones, right? But I wouldn't date someone with little kids. So that's what I'm saying. People be having bad groups to deal with a badass adult who ain't mine. But I'm just saying, I don't think it's necessarily mean what I'm saying, but I can see where it's not fair, right? And I'll concede to that. But I still think I'm not coming at it the way manosphere guys do, where they're like, don't date single mothers, don't, they have kids already, they're already used up or whatever. Like,
It's good
I
you
don't think
believe that, but that's what you're saying. Like,
no, it's not.
like you can
It's really
convince
not.
yourself that ain't what you're saying, but that is what you're
For an
saying.
old manosphere nigga, yo.
No, I don't necessarily think that's what I'm saying. I think that it sounds that way, but what I'm really saying is I want a fresh start with that person. Like,
Man, you want a
I
fresh
think
start on this channel, Flora, the red pill guru. That's what this shit sound like. You talking about, like, for real, you talking about some
no,
shit where,
no.
like, no, seriously though, because I'm not saying you should date a man with kids. Don't get me wrong, but you are outright telling us that hypocrisy is perfectly fine as long as you benefit from it. Like that's that's crazy. Like, come on, fam.
But how is it hypocritical if I don't have kids to say I don't want to be with somebody with kids? I don't
Well,
think that's necessarily. It's one thing if
because
I had kids.
Because you said, well, I'm calling it hypocritical because when the men say it on the other end, you're going to call them bandits.
Well, they're coming from a bandit perspective, though,
You know
because
what I'm
they're
saying?
saying
Like, nah, they coming from the same perspective you is.
no, because a lot of the times they actually don't value single mothers. I'm saying single mothers or single men should be with other people who have children who are single. And I think they would probably make the best blended families because they would understand each other.
Wait, so
You know,
so the argument would be then, do you value single fathers?
Nope.
how?
You know
How
what I'm
though?
saying? Then why was
No,
there
but
a
how?
pause
And
there?
what value?
See?
What value
I'm
would a
done,
single
bro.
father have to me?
There was
Get
not
the fuck
supposed to
out
be
of
a
here,
pause.
yo. This shit wild.
Is because it's hypocritical if you don't value single fathers while saying these men don't value single mothers. That's
But I do
hypocritical.
I do value single fathers, and that I think they deserve to be with another woman who has children, and they deserve to be together so that they can blend their families that they already tried to start and failed elsewhere. I think that it
Wow.
makes more sense. I'm gonna get dragged, aren't I?
Yes.
Oh boy. No, I mean, maybe I've always been really one-sided in this, but I still just think if the men say they don't want to be with somebody that has kids because they don't have kids and they left it at that, I think that's okay. Like, I'm not really going to be mad at them because that man would then have to be somebody who's not their kid's father. That's just as difficult. So I think I don't want it to be conflated as me saying like they have no value. I think they have value. I just think people with kids will probably do better with people who have children. They will have better outcomes, relationship outcomes.
That's
That's just
false.
my Chaz, do you have anything to add? I realize you just jumped in here and you haven't gotten a chance to speak yet.
Who?
Chaz.
Oh.
Nigga try to steal your name, bro.
My talkative ass. I know you ain't talking to me.
No, Chaz he's here on the bottom. He just joined a couple minutes ago. Do you have any thoughts? You're muted. Let me unmute you. Maybe it's your side.
Yeah, that's my real name, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with I think, it's all about what you can relate to, right? Like, so for me, I think that, people that have kids, I think, in my personal opinion, that people that have kids would benefit more in a relationship with people that have kids, because that's already something that you automatically understand. You guys can have those sorts of conversations where, even if you have kids and I don't, and you explain it to me, I can get it. But it's a difference when you actually have kids, and you both understand exactly what the hell y'all both talking about. So I do
Yeah.
agree with that piece of
Yeah,
it.
and I mean that's as far as I was willing to go, even with saying that, I wouldn't date somebody with kids. I think the relatability just wouldn't be there. So the likelihood of success goes down even more, right? It's already low because I don't have kids and you do, but now it's going to go down even more because I'm not going to be able to understand that part of you. Not even for lack of wanting to try, but because I don't have the experience. I do think children is an experience that you need to have to understand. So I think that's more where I'm coming from, kind of on that front. Um, but I don't agree with like the whole, oh, single mothers shouldn't get remarried. They shouldn't have kids. Like I almost feel like on the flip side, there's more pigeonholing. Like there's more like not allowing room for those women to even be remarried at all, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But oh boy. Does anyone have anything else to add on this front? I'm probably gonna wrap
Yeah.
up soon because
All
it's
right. So
getting a bit.
yeah. So I mean, what's your goal, Flora, in life?
Why is my goal matter to like a basic conversation?
Because I want to know what a woman of around my age, like what their mentality is. I just want to understand.
Well, I can't speak for all. So my suggestion would be to go outside,
Go
and interact
outside.
with women.
Like like
Yeah,
like like go like go to the corner store. Like go to the corner store,
no,
and that's
no.
is
So
that
what it
outside?
depends on what you want to do with your life, right? So if you take fitness seriously, then you're probably more likely to meet a woman at the gym, right? If you take cooking seriously, you might bump into a lady in the garlic aisle. Go out into the real world and give real women a chance. Instead of creating ideas in your head about what you think women got to do for you to want
Mm,
to approach them, just approach the women that you're around, that you have
yeah.
access to speak.
So
That's
so
what I
so
do with
now
women.
now
So
do you emphasize? Do you prioritize success or being a woman or a mother, a future mother? What do you prioritize in your life at this point?
I prioritize mental health and wealth.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
but
want my
mental health is like whatever, right? Because
no,
like
that's pretty high up there on my list.
because
I need
we're all going to go through stress and problems. Every week there's a new issue popping up in our life, so we
But
can't really stress about.
you still have to be able to manage stress healthy. So I think my priority is being healthy, whether that's
Be,
mentally, physically, spiritually.
being
My
healthy.
priority is being healthy. Yes, correct.
But what is health if you can't procreate? Like if you're not procreating, what's the point of having
What
health?
is procreation if you're broke?
You're broke.
No, but I'm just saying, right? Just like you can't just do things because that's what needs to be done. You should have some type of hey Venus, I didn't see you down there. You need to have some type of direction in your life. And
Now
so
let me ask you this: what percentage of people that have kids are broke? What percentage you think?
I'm
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
leave the people with children to answer, but I would say maybe 50%.
it's 50. I think it's more
Yeah.
than 50.
Okay, 75.
Right, because I think if you're born, you're not gonna say, "Oh, well, my parents are broke. I wish I wasn't born," because they don't make enough in the tax bracket. They didn't fall under the category of being not broke. So that's not a good argument. Okay,
Tiki, would y'all marry an
let me
African
mute
for
up. Let me mute up.
$6,000? No, so Tiki says, would y'all marry an African for $6,000 asking for a tobacco store worker? I'm tempted. So
You better add him
if
as a
any of
friend.
y'all are in a she has an African who will marry you for $6,000. So I just wanted to share. The chat is acting a fool.
So, Flora, let me ask you a question, right?
Sure.
So, mental health, yeah, that's self development. We get it. Blah, 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 right? But then after that, then what?
Why blah 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 though? Hi
Because,
Venus, do
like,
you want to jump in? I'm sorry. Venus, do you want to jump in and say anything since you just
Oh
joined us?
no, I'm just listening. I'm listening.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Go ahead, Chaz.
no, I'm saying because, like, everybody's on, like, nowadays, it's just, I think mental health is pretty trendy, like, oh, you know, health is wealth and da 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 da. And I think the people and the persons and our ancestors of the past has just dealt with stuff. They weren't a generation of spineless zombies, So the mental health thing, it's cool. Yeah, you should have your time to yourself and do all that. But then what? What after that?
Enjoy life. Have experiences. What you
Right.
Yeah, hop on YouTube and make a channel.
mean?
Oh wow. There was some inherent shade in that, but
It definitely was.
definitely. But
Yo, what's good
Definitely.
with Chaz? Yo, Chaz been MIA for a long time. What up, man?
Man, I'm cool, man. I'm surprised you guys even know who the fuck I am, bro.
Chaz, I remember you. Chaz, how can I forget, man?
Yeah, I'm surprised y'all knew. I be in the clouds, but most of this shit I've been for the last, like, since February. I just been like learning, growing, developing, working on my channel shit, and we about to kick it off. So, you know,
And
about
Fighter, how
Tiki,
you
do you
gonna
have
say
any?
that?
to
And
do some shit
Fighter,
in the
you have a
space
channel.
y'all ain't never seen before. So, we
Okay.
here.
Don't
We here.
scare us now.
What's good? What's good? I heard someone say something about me. I don't
I
like
said
that.
you have a channel and you popping shit about people having channels.
Fighter,
Right.
are you still doing your like 13-hour streams and shit, bro?
No, nah, I can't. I
That
can't
part.
anymore. I can't
But can
anymore.
I ask, have you won a fight yet? Somebody brought that up. I just wanted to know.
Sorry, what happened?
Have you won a fight yet?
Have I won a fight yet? I mean, you can find out.
You want to fight me? What
Do
you
you want
mean?
to fight me? Yeah.
You
Wait
can
a minute.
find out. You can find out,
Any-
man. Was good.
Anyways,
I know
Tiki,
where you
welcome.
be at. I know where
Yeah.
you be.
Yeah, she got scared. She got
Oh yeah,
scared.
that's that Bronx love. Yeah, y'all go right
Bro,
ahead.
I'm not from the Bronx. See, that's that
Yes, you
ignorance right
are.
there. I'm not from the Bronx.
Yes, he is.
That's so ignorant.
Yeah, bro. I remember like, bro, but I never got to go on your channel. So apologies, bro. It's
Oh,
just
not. Oh, nah, man. Listen, brother. Fighter Complex 7. That's my channel. You could hit me on Instagram, and we could build. We could talk about it. We could talk. But I remember your content and everything, man. But
yeah,
I'm.
I was mainly in the background trying to build J Prince shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, I remember. You was down with Team Fatty and Jay Prince, and I remember you.
Yeah. So
Nice, nice,
Yeah,
nice, nice.
yeah.
Tiki, did you want to jump in? I noticed you just popped in here.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
hey, who's that? Who's that?
So, only thing I wanted to really touch on was I had heard he had asked you, okay, what percentage of
You have to
parents
cam.
with kids are
You have
poor,
to.
right, or
You have to
don't have
cam.
money?
You have to cam up.
Huh?
It doesn't. No, you
Shut
don't.
up.
You're a
No,
No, you
woman.
I
You
don't.
have to cam up.
need Florida
Wait, you
rule.
don't make the you don't make the
Nah,
rules.
she
You
hey,
don't.
she probably got hey, listen, man. She probably relaxed, comfortable with her silk pillows and her bonnet, bro. Leave her
But
be.
that's what
For
we love
me,
the
actually,
most.
I'm in the
All right, this is not a
actually I'm in
dating
the
network.
tobacco store working. I
Oh,
be
she cammed
working. I
up.
make
Look
Okay,
at
moves
that. She
in
cammed up.
silence, baby.
not camming up
Okay.
to the
I
bandits.
see
Okay,
you.
you do it on
I
them.
see you light skin. Light skin. Okay.
Oh
Oh my
Lord.
God.
You Dominicans have a color issue. It's
Yes,
phenomenal.
heavy.
I'm dog. I'm one of the doggest people on this panel. What you
Y'all
talking
be
about?
the worst ones with the color issue though. That's the
But
problem.
Right.
I'm dark skinned.
And then
Yeah.
as soon as a dark skinned guy says, "Hey, light skin," it's like, "Oh hell no! I know exactly why you like me." So it's like, that's cringy, but
Right.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
very cringy.
very
So
cringy. But yeah,
They
but I
think
was,
because they worship
you
light
know, I'm
skin that
right.
everybody do.
You had said like 75% of parents are, usually under the, below poverty level or working class, right? Like myself. And so with my kid, I literally just ordered her a coat. She's already took the string out the hoodie in 24 hours. And so if you're the type, if you're doing the right thing as a parent, if you already accepted your responsibility, you're doing the right thing as a parent, you have the money, you're working and stuff like that. Even if you're poor, that child isn't and shouldn't feel it. That's something that I wanted to bring out is my kid doesn't realize, hey, mommy is, I'm working late because we need that money, right? But if you're doing the right thing as a parent, doing what you're supposed to do as a parent, then that child won't even know that they're below poverty until they get to a certain age, or if they're hanging out with certain kids that's like, yeah, I got the this and I got that, and you don't. Why your mom don't have that, or why your parents won't buy that for you? That's usually when it start hitting that. Damn, we poor as fuck. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and that
um,
wasn't meant to poverty shame. I grew up with a very
yeah.
hardworking mother, parents in
Mhm.
general. So I definitely understand that. That wasn't my intention. But I
Oh
think
no
the
no no! That was
intention,
just no. It wasn't
yeah,
even you that said it. It was a guy. I wasn't looking at
yeah, yeah,
the
it
phone
was
that said it.
fighting. I
Yeah,
I
I
think
was just
his
saying like
point was
if
to
even
say
if
that,
you're
like, yeah, I think the point made that they were trying to make poorly at that was that children are too expensive and that's why people aren't doing it or whatever.
yeah
Which I think it's a little bit of both.
yeah, but if you're doing the right thing as a parent, even and the kids are expensive. Lord knows they're expensive. But if you want the kid, and even if you don't want the kid, if you accept the responsibility now that hey, I'm a parent, these bills have to be paid so my child has shelter. I have to have food so this child can eat. And you're doing the right thing to make sure that your child doesn't feel the brunt and the grunt of your struggle. Then you're doing the right thing as a parent. That's pretty much our ultimate goal in the end. And that child shouldn't feel or understand, hey, mama's poor, mama broke, and mama was poor, mama was broke until shit. Usually, like with me, I didn't realize it until I got it to college and started paying bills on my own. Like, oh shit, how the hell was my mom doing that? And then
Mhm.
now that I'm raising a kid and I have one, and I'm going through what I go through, I'm like, damn, how the hell was she doing that with three? She did that shit. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I don't know. That was just something I wanted to just say real quick because I ain't feel like typing it in the chat because I'm trying to get up out this store. But I love the
No, and I
conversation,
appreciate
Flora.
it.
I've been loving your channel, your content. Congratulations, baby. You've been doing great. I got to get back to streaming.
Miss
No,
Tiki,
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Tiki, on the East Coast, it's 12:21. You must be like either Central or Mountain or Pacific.
It's 12:22. I'm in North Carolina.
What store open late? Cause my Walmart not open that late no more.
I run and flip tobacco stores all over North Carolina and South Carolina.
Er.
Yeah, what made
That's
you
what's
think she
up.
was at Walmart?
Well,
My
listen. Wally World is the only store I know that be open on the late night tip. You feel? So
Walmart closed at 10.
yeah, ours
Yeah,
closed at 11, but they
Yeah.
tweaking now because ever since that Corona shit, I can't go shop in the comfort of my own Walmart at like 3 in the morning when nobody
That
ain't
used
there.
to be
They
wonderful when
stupid.
food stamps used to hit at 11:59,
Uh,
and then we could go grocery shopping from 12 to like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't do that no more. I hate shopping with people too, so I 100% get that.
Did somebody say
Listen,
food stamps?
I know. I'm about to say, hey, let me get 100 for the 50. You know,
Man, I'm telling my stamp. Nah,
let me
I
get
just
that 100
literally
for
just
the
finished
50.
cussing out my homegirl for that shit. That's some bullshit. When you selling all your stamps but ain't no food in the refrigerator, I know it's people like that. Like, I don't understand it.
damn.
Anyway, that's
That's
another conversation for another day.
Right. Well,
Sunday
yo,
too.
I'm exhausted. I got work in the morning, but this was a great conversation. I appreciate everyone who popped in for it. I
Flora,
hope you guys.
Flora.
so
What
Flora.
did I
What's
do?
the Flora? What's the your channel is fairly new, right?
Yeah,
Nah,
Like a
yeah,
couple months.
she been going
yeah.
live.
What's the direction of your channel? What are you trying to do with yours? What? Because I know
Well, let's
everybody
stay
kind of got their
tuned.
theme.
Stay tuned. stay tuned and let's see where things are going to take us. But I definitely want to have more conversations. I think just talking to people, like, this is way better interactions than, it feels like we've had in this sector. So I like just being able to have conversations, come to a similar understanding, even if we don't agree with each other, and much, much more. So please stay tuned. I have much more in store. I'm still working out the kinks in terms of how frequently I want to stream and the types of streams I want to do. But definitely hosting conversations just like this one.
And
You
just
know,
naturally being you. That's why we're here. And that's why we stay. I like whenever you just kind of just whatever you're feeling and whatever you're thinking. Hey, let's talk about it. So don't try to 100% set because I did that and that's what kind of messed me up. I had a plan of what I wanted my channel to be, and it seemed like if you just let your channel naturally grow and let people just get to know you and just talk about what you want to talk about. Don't choose a lane, then you have more success and more people want to be here.
What was your channel about?
No,
What was
nothing but
the idea
bullshit.
you had in
It's
mind?
bullshit. It's still bullshit. But I'm gonna start streaming from my
well,
store. Mine is customer service. I'm gonna just focus on my customer service and helping get the customer service back on track from, like you said, since everything closed since C-19. Little tips and stuff like
yeah.
that I use.
Yeah, and I love the advice you gave because I did try to do the directional thing at one point, right? I tried to pigeon myself into the type of content creator I wanted to be, the type of channel I wanted to run, and I just found myself keep running into walls. So that's why I say stay tuned. Definitely come back for the next conversation. It'll be one just like this. Maybe a little bit more of a trying topic. I found that a lot of people were scared to be really, really honest, right? But definitely tune in for some more. We're gonna have more conversations just like this, and hopefully they'll end healthy, just like this one. I know I
The
didn't get to the end of this topic, but I will.
the
Hopefully.
only the only reason why I asked that question is because YouTube is very tricky as far as like when you have a channel, whatever that channel is. It's very hard to like take
Yeah, yeah.
take like the thing, like for example, if you're a content creator that talks about scuba diving, it's very hard to go from scuba diving to like say, I don't know, a travel channel or a food channel and stuff, because the following that you get is going to be like based on said thing. So if you have like 15,000 people that follow you, and they're following you for your fishing channel or whatever, it's going to be hard to convert those people over to, you'll get conversion, but like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I always ask. I'm just always curious, like, to see, like, kind of when people are thinking strategy and when people are thinking about the channels and stuff. I'm very big on that, just to kind of see where you are with that, because you don't necessarily want to like pin yourself to a thing, but it's just kind of good to know like the mindset or where you are with your thing or said thing.
What is that?
Oh, I'm cleaning. That's me.
I was
I'm
about
out
to
to go.
say, it
I just
sounds
like I
like
said, I said what I
Kiki.
wanted to say and give. I wanted to give you your flowers. Your flowers I always give you in the chat. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm here. I'm in the cloud.
Bye.
Bye, you guys.
But yeah, I'm with you, Flora. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't know. This week is I'm just kind of disinterested. Um, Sometimes it's like hard to know what you want to do.
You'll figure it out though. Regardless, you'll figure it out. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Like you do enough streams, you'll have an idea of where you wanna
Yeah.
go with it.
So the problem is I have ideas. It's the time and the manpower to like produce what I want is really the issue. But yeah,
Are you a perfectionist?
I wouldn't say
For
a
me,
perfectionist. Oh,
No, I meant Venus because I do kind
uh,
of get the vibes that you pinched
oh.
and in the right, like exactly how you want it, and that might be stifling you in a way. Um, but I don't know if that's the
No, I
case.
just
Not
hate when
everyone's a
like shows
perfectionist.
don't. I hate when shows don't really go my way, which you really can't ever tell until you do them. That's the sucky part. But like some shows kind of go like how I want them to, and then some shows kind of don't. And then things I want to do, there's so much copyright things around. So you gotta be careful about what you react to.
Yeah.
It's just a lot.
There's ways around that, but you have to be on your editor kind of editing type shit to like to kind of get around that. Like there's ways around all that stuff. You just have to do it
Like
a certain
I had
way.
a great concept when I started my channel, right? It was called Bandit Court. And that
Don't
shit
don't
was
say it out loud. Don't say it out loud because
oh, they seen it.
I
They
think you should bring it back, honestly.
no, they seen it, they been on it. And we the Bandit Court was everything. And yeah, I started having so many copyright issues. Like I would just never know the difference. Some movie clips I would play, never have a problem. Some movie clips I would play, stream interrupted. So I was just like, oh my God. And I know like there are channels who get permission from networks. I'm trying to figure that whole thing out because I see people do it, but I found out they get permission. So that's why I don't really get in trouble. But yeah, again, the time and everything else, this is a lot going on.
yeah, I think that's something that you might have to have a conversation with like Chat GPT or Bard or something like to figure out kind of like or like Google, like the people at Google and stuff to kind of figure out how that
Mm-hmm.
works. Because I mean, I'm sure like a lot of the people, like a lot of the bigger channels, they have like
Permission,
representatives and
yeah.
stuff like that, so they get to like review at like pretty much whatever they want, and not worry about like getting flagged with a small channel like your channel or whatever trying to come up and stuff. They keep like flagging your shit. Also, you should like go live, but like not private. It's not the public one. It's the one in the middle. There's public, unlisted, and private. Go unlisted and just kind of see like how much of it you can play with, because you can test it in the background before like you can see how many seconds and stuff. Then you can kind of figure out, okay, how many seconds can I go, and then I have to pause it, or you can manipulate the video, flip it the other way, or like that type of stuff. There's a lot of things that you can do, but you just got to put in the work to test it to kind of see what you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
Okay, yeah, I was into that because somebody was streaming. He had it flipped, and he had like transparent things coming across the screen, and the
Yeah, that's
scanner.
another thing. You can have like because you're actually manipulating the content. So if you
No, let
have
me
like,
tell you, the scanner still picked it up and interrupted the stream though.
it depends. It depends on how you do it. You might have to do a few things. You might have to like flip it. You might have to like flip it and then put like a watermark and put like CRT lines and do a bunch of different stuff. So it just really just depends. You have to figure it out. I think
Okay,
Floor is trying to about to fall asleep. So.
Flora, you have an echo. It's
Yo,
really
yo,
bad.
yo.
Oh, sorry, guys.
DJ,
What's
Ooh,
up,
hello.
Lil VZ? Lil VZ in the
Lil
building.
VZ.
What's up, Flora? Chaz.
Hey,
Pope.
Yes, sir.
yes, thanks for being here. It's definitely bandit
Yeah.
hours, so I see
What's
why
Gucci?
y'all are rolling in now.
Listen,
But I
ain't
am
no more
about to
Fight Club,
collapse.
so people are looking for a home to go. So, Flora, you might have to take a nap in the afternoon, the evening. Take a 5 or 6 hour nap and then stream in a late night because
These are
it's
DJ Witch
Fight Club.
Doctor's
So
hours, Chaz.
Yeah,
These are
let me
DJ's
let
hours.
me
He usually goes late like this. I'm surprised
let
you're
me
not
yield
up.
the floor to DJ Witch Doctor tonight because I'm tired. Like I'm
No,
at
I'm
man,
actually
listen,
doing
I'm gonna
some
just
work for
put
some
yourself
people.
on mute because we don't want to hear you snoring. We're gonna record that, clip it up. So you already know.
No, y'all, I'm gonna head out. But that's actually not a bad idea. I might pop up on a late night stream one of these
If
days.
y'all want somewhere
Or
to go, I can go live right now because I'm actually doing something, so I have to be
You
Ooh,
going
yeah.
live? I was good. You sure you want to go live on my channel, Venus?
quick. Go live on your channel?
Come through.
Is anybody gonna watch that? They don't know me on your channel.
Yeah, they do be. We are. I'm about to go live with you.
yo, DJ, do me a favor, bro. Put your your channel link in the back, bro, because you're fairly new to me. So let me go ahead.
Yes,
Okay,
Oh,
or you can
Chaz, no,
you
he
can
has
share it in the
really
chat.
good
Go ahead,
conversations
share your
over
link, DJ Witch Doctor.
Hold on, I can't hear. Say it again, Vina.
He
appreciate
has
it.
really good conversations over there. Like, I don't know if it's the weed, but his mind be going some crazy places. But we be like, on another level over
Man,
there.
she says the weasel.
Flora, I could tell you about your internet because I heard you talk about it earlier. I don't know what you have, what services and stuff, because every state has different stuff. But the best thing for you to do, I don't know how much, because you probably have upstairs, downstairs, so that shit's long. Is probably get like a long ass like Ethernet cable and plug your shit into the router directly.
Damn. I might have to,
So
honestly.
they got like you might have to inconvenience people and go on a late night when the cord's like going from your room way down to like wherever the thing is at. Or what you can do is a better way, but it's gonna cost you some bread. Is because I have this set up here too, because my rooms like they're like I have a lot of rooms and stuff. So get you a Google Hub and then plug the main hub into the router, and then like every other hub that you get, you can put it wherever and they'll just connect to each other. So it's like
Okay.
a whole nother router setup, pretty
Does
much.
does it slow down your connection though? Because
Not
I
at
have a
all.
lot of people on here on our
Not at all.
4 or 5 people that
Not
stream
at
on.
all. It's its own mesh network.
Oh, okay. So it's just a box. What is that?
I can't show you from
Try
here, but
this.
Okay.
I don't know what that is, Ralph. But like I said, like the hub, I did
I
a
don't know
lot of
who Ralph
research for
is,
that,
but
and I have like one practically in every. So basically, like when you're at my house, you basically when you try to go on the Wi-Fi, you have like 2 different connections, and it'll ask you which one. And the hub is always like at full bars, so you can literally like plug it in, and it's gonna light up your shit like no matter where you are. There's no dead zones. Put it that way. So I don't know what he has, but I know there's like the
so
router, the ones that boost the signal. But I'm not
Yeah.
talking about something that boosts the signal. I'm actually talking about a mesh network. It's its own
yeah,
network.
because it said hubs. All this is just it uses your electrical lines and signals. You plug it into the wall, and then you plug one into the router, and then you plug. It's another one. It comes in a pair. Then the second one, you'll plug it into the wall, and then you'll run a LAN connection from that directly to your computer. So all it's doing is utilizing the electricity that's already set up. I mean, it's
Right. That's
better
how
than
mesh networks
using
work.
signal, but it works. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
That's how mesh networks work.
Yeah, I'll look into
Nobody said
all
anything
of it.
about mesh network, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I
this
need
is
a new setup, so
it's a
I'll
direct connection. Is all I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I'll look into it.
Now
I
let me ask
appreciate
you
you
this:
guys
does
though,
it
but I'm
connect?
about to pass out,
Wait,
so
hold on. Where are we going, DJ? We going to you or we going to me?
make
Pull up, come through to me. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Fuck it.
All
Which
right,
one
we'll
are
be at
you
DJ
Listen to
Witch
this.
Doctor. So if you're here, if you're
DJ?
the last 20 and you're homeless and you're looking for a chat to go,
DJ, which one are you going to? The humans one or the other one?
The
it
Not
one
looks
for
like
that's
humans.
not for humans. Not for
Okay,
humans.
all right. I already know that's I already know that's trouble. I
Yeah,
already
all
yeah,
know.
right, guys,
yeah.
let's slide over there before I pass out on the live
No, we
stream.
want to hear you snore so we can make a sound bite.
No, you guys
We
have a
can
good
play the
night.
little baby go to sleep in the background.
All right, have a good night, Chaz.
All right.
See
You
you.
too.
Bye. Good night, guys. Appreciate everyone being here for these 4 hours of conversation. You're much appreciated. Have a good night. Thank you.